Hey there. Tonight, instead of trudging through muddy fields or creaking old wooden huts, we're settling into something a little more legendary. A quieter look at the most overpowered heroes in Greek mythology. The figures whose strength, wit, and sheer determination seem to stretch far beyond the limits of ordinary mortals. You won't be stepping into their battles or carrying their weapons. Instead, you'll simply drift beside their stories, listening as their feats unfold at a calm, sleepy pace. If this kind of gentle myth-wandering helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. There's something quietly comforting about seeing who else is out there drifting off to the same soft stories. So, dim the lights, let the room fall still, settle in, and let's begin with the first of these extraordinary heroes. Tonight, we're settling into something rather soothing. The gentle, almost academic pleasure of deciding which ancient Greek heroes were, frankly, wildly overpowered. Now, I know overpowered is a very modern word, something you'd expect to see in a discussion about an unbalanced video game character, but the ancient Greeks were doing it long before anyone invented patch notes. They crafted heroes who could outrun deer, argue with kings, punch lions, or charm stones into tears. And they did this with absolute seriousness, and though these were perfectly reasonable human abilities. So, before we wander into individual stories, let's get comfortable and begin by asking a simple question. What exactly counted as power in the ancient world? Because different ages imagined power differently. For the Greeks, a hero wasn't simply someone with big muscles or a gift for dramatic speeches. A hero was someone who existed slightly above the normal boundaries of humanity, mortal enough to struggle, but divine enough to win, and sometimes divine enough to cause a great deal of trouble too. Now, Greek mythology didn't emerge from nowhere. It was shaped slowly, through centuries of storytelling, retelling, forgetting, and reinventing. If you lived in ancient Greece, you probably grew up hearing different versions of hero tales depending on where you lived. In one region, a hero might be known for slaying a monster. In another, he might be the founder of a festival, or believed to protect the city from storms. Stories weren't fixed, they evolved like living creatures. But behind all of these shifting details lay a common understanding. A hero was larger than life. Someone whose feats hovered comfortably between impressive and how on earth did he manage that? Let's wander gently through the categories that made heroes feel overpowered to the ancient mind. First, lineage. Being born from a god or goddess certainly didn't hurt. In Greek myth, divine parentage comes with certain benefits: enhanced strength, prophetic abilities, a tendency to glow when dramatically necessary, and an unfortunate habit of attracting disaster. Many heroes, Heracles, Achilles, Theseus, Perseus, were demigods, but the Greeks were careful not to hand out divinity too freely. You had to earn your legendary status through action, not ancestry alone. Even if your father was Zeus, you still needed to prove yourself worthy. Otherwise, you were simply a man with a complicated family tree. Another aspect of heroic power was arete, a Greek word that means excellence or virtue. Not in the moral sense we think of today, but in the sense of fulfilling one's ultimate potential. To the Greeks, the ideal hero was someone who lived right up to the extreme edge of human ability. Overpowered, in their eyes, meant someone who reached not merely what humans could do, but what humans ought to aspire to. But there was a catch, of course. There always is in Greek mythology. Alongside the ideal of excellence was another powerful concept, Moira, or fate. Power meant nothing if fate decided otherwise. In fact, the more powerful a hero became, the more likely he was to collide with fate in a dramatic, occasionally catastrophic way. Think of power and fate as two ancient forces dancing together, sometimes gracefully, sometimes like they've stepped on each other's toes. Greek heroes often came with special skills or gifts that set them apart. Heracles had impossible strength. Achilles had nearly invincible skin. Orpheus had music that could melt the underworld. Atalanta had remarkable speed, and the patience to endure a long line of men trying and failing to outrun her. These gifts were not random. They reflected something important in ancient society. For example, strength was admired because it represented the ideal warrior. Speed and agility were valued in hunting cultures. Cunning and cleverness, particularly embodied by Odysseus, mirrored the Greek admiration for intelligence as a form of superiority. Even beauty was considered a type of power. Helen, for instance, was so breathtakingly beautiful that entire armies marched and nations fell. Not exactly a practical superpower, but certainly an effective one. Another crucial element in understanding power is the hero's relationship with the gods. The Olympic gods were not distant spiritual beings in the way we think of divinity today. They were loud, emotional, political, and heavily involved in human affairs. If a hero wanted to accomplish anything significant, keeping the gods on good terms was a very wise decision. But this was easier said than done, because gods were inconsistent. One day they might favour you, the next they might curse you because they woke up in a mood. Yet a hero's power was often defined by which god took an interest in him. Perseus succeeds because Athena lends him her shield. Theseus thrives because Poseidon is watching over him, at least until he forgets to change his sails. Jason only gets anywhere because Hera feels unusually sympathetic toward him. Hercules, of course, lived under the complicated blessing and curse of Zeus's attention, along with Hera's considerable irritation. Divine involvement almost always meant extraordinary achievements, but it also meant extraordinary complications. Heroes also derived their overpowered status from their social roles and cultural symbolism. Theseus represented the political unification of Athens. Perseus symbolized the dominance of civilization over chaos. Achilles embodied the tragedy of heroic rage, unstoppable, luminous, and destined to burn out too quickly. Each of these characters wasn't just a figure in a story. They were, in many cases, national mascots. Cities and regions identified with them, worshipped them, and built parts of their identity around them. This leads us to an interesting historical point. Heroes were not merely fictional. In ancient Greece, many heroes were worshipped as ancestors, protectors, or semi-divine beings capable of influencing daily life. Shrines were built in their honour. Offerings were given to them. Sacred games and festivals were held in their name. Heroes were expected to guard cities, ensure victory in battle, and provide good harvests. Overpowered as they were in myth, they were even more powerful in the cultural imagination. And perhaps the most important quality, and certainly the most entertaining, was hubris, or heroic arrogance. In Greek stories, the line between confidence and catastrophe was thin. An overpowered hero often tested the boundaries of acceptable ambition. They might challenge the gods, boast about their accomplishments, or attempt tasks that polite society might consider unnecessary. This usually led to trouble, But trouble, as the Greeks understood it, is the very thing that makes a hero memorable. But here's a quieter thought. Heroes were overpowered not simply because of what they did, but because of what they endured. Greek myths are full of suffering, unfair trials, curses from gods, impossible tasks, personal tragedies. Their extraordinary abilities went hand in hand with extraordinary burdens. A hero who could lift mountains was also expected to carry emotional mountains. One could argue that the greatest power a hero possessed was the ability to survive their own story. Another subtle aspect that shaped a hero's mythological power was storytelling tradition itself. These tales were told aloud, often around hearths or in symposia, each storyteller adding a little flourish, a bigger monster, a longer journey, a more dramatic rescue. Over centuries, heroes became mythological snowballs, rolling downhill, gathering powers and feats as they accumulated layers of retellings. A hero who might once have slain a wild boar eventually became someone who wrestled sea deities or defeated fire-breathing giants. Now, as we prepare to explore each individual hero in later chapters, you might find yourself drifting into the rhythm of ancient storytelling, a slow, steady procession of mighty figures who lived somewhere between human possibility and divine imagination. You'll encounter characters who could bend the world to their will, and others who barely managed to stay ahead of disaster, despite their supposed advantages. Some heroes will be familiar: Heracles, Achilles, Perseus, while others might surprise you with how powerful they truly were. But for now, let your mind rest gently on this idea. In Greek mythology, being overpowered had nothing to do with balance or fairness. It was about capturing the awe and mystery of existence itself. Heroes were exaggerated mirrors of humanity, brighter, louder, more dramatic versions of us. Their strengths were spectacular, their flaws equally so. Power in the Greek imagination was never tidy. It was beautiful and chaotic, inspiring and dangerous. And that is precisely why their stories endure. They remind us that even in a world of gods and monsters, the most remarkable thing is the human spirit striving, sometimes absurdly, toward something greater. Now that we've settled the question of what makes a hero overpowered, we can drift gently onward, deeper into the myths themselves, beginning with the strongest hero of them all. Heracles, or Hercules, as the Romans later called him, was the ancient world's answer to a question no one had actually asked. What if a man was so strong that even the gods occasionally looked at him and thought, "All right, that's a bit much"? His story is one of astonishing strength, endless trials, and a level of endurance that would make even the most determined modern gym enthusiast reconsider their life choices. To understand Heracles, we should begin with something the Greeks took very seriously: birth. Heroes were almost always born under dramatic circumstances. Heracles' arrival was more dramatic than most. His father was Zeus, the king of the gods, a detail which already placed him well above ordinary human standards. And his mother was Alcmene, a mortal princess known for her wisdom and dignity. Now, Zeus was not known for restraint, and his many visits to Earth often resulted in rather complicated family arrangements. Heracles' birth was one of these arrangements, though the complications, as usual, fell on everyone else. In particular, they fell on Hera, Zeus's wife, who understandably had a strong opinion about her husband's extracurricular activities. Hera's relationship with Heracles can be summarized as, "I disapprove of your existence, but unfortunately you exist." It was a lifelong dynamic. Even before Heracles could walk, Hera sent 2 snakes into his cradle. Most infants respond poorly to snakes, especially when they are the venomous, divinely sent kind. Heracles, however, grabbed each snake in one tiny hand and squeezed them to death. The household was impressed. Hera was not. Now, many cultures have strongmen in their traditions, larger-than-life figures who can lift boulders or wrestle animals. But the Greeks took it further. Heracles wasn't simply strong. He represented something fundamental about the human condition: endurance, or as ancient writers called it, ponos, hardship, the willingness to suffer for glory. Greek audiences admired strength, yes, but what they truly admired was perseverance. Heracles' entire life is an exploration of how much effort a single hero could endure before collapsing in the dust. And that brings us to the most famous part of his story, the 12 labours. These were not simple tasks like washing the dishes or taking the dog for a walk. No, these were challenges that defied all earthly possibility. Each labour was a trial designed to humble him, yet each ended up making him even more legendary. Before we drift through the specifics, it's useful to understand why these labours existed at all. Heracles, in a moment shaped by Hera's divine interference, committed a terrible act that brought profound grief upon him. To atone, he went to the oracle of Delphi, who told him he must serve his cousin King Eurystheus for a number of years. Eurystheus was not heroic material. In fact, he was a nervous, unimpressive man who immediately realised the diplomatic value of having the world's strongest hero at his disposal. So he devised challenges that he believed, somewhat optimistically, would kill Heracles. Let's float gently through the labours, not rushing, because they reveal just how thoroughly overpowered Heracles was. The first was the Nemean lion, a monstrous beast with impenetrable skin. Spears bounced off it, swords snapped against it. Even the bravest warriors avoided it. Heracles, after some experimentation, simply wrestled it. He ended up strangling the lion, and realising he couldn't cut its hide, used the lion's own claw as a tool to skin it. Practical, if slightly unsettling. He wore the skin thereafter, creating the look we all now associate with him. Wild hair, club in hand, and a lion cloak draped across broad shoulders. Quite dramatic, and presumably very warm. Then there was the Linnaean Hydra, a many-headed serpent whose heads grew back. 2 for everyone cut off. A regenerative nightmare. Heracles enlisted his nephew Iolaus, who provided the clever solution. Cauterized the stumps with fire so they wouldn't regrow. Between them, they defeated the monster. Hera, unimpressed by this teamwork, sent a giant crab to assist the Hydra. Heracles crushed it under his heel. The crab, for its dedication, was rewarded by Hera with a place in the sky as the constellation Cancer. Even in defeat, the Greeks liked to immortalize their creatures. The labours continued in this fashion, capturing the sacred Ceryneian hind, a deer faster than arrows, catching the Erymanthian boar, large, angry, fond of charging, and cleaning the Augean stables, which contained an unfortunately enormous quantity of livestock waste. Heracles solved this one not with strength but with engineering. He rerouted 2 rivers through the stables, demonstrating a surprising talent for hydraulic manipulation. The Greeks admired this cleverness. They valued brains as much as brawn, and Heracles' surprising ability to think his way through problems made him even more remarkable. Other tasks included driving away the Stymphalian birds, retrieving the Cretan bull, capturing the mares of Diomedes, stealing the girdle of Hippolyta, rounding up the cattle of Geryon, bringing back the golden apples of the Hesperides, and, finally, dragging the three-headed guardian Cerberus up from the underworld. It is said that Heracles managed this without harming the dog, which seems polite, considering Cerberus was only doing his job. Through all these stories, we get a clear portrait of what the Greeks considered overpowered. Heracles was strong, yes, but he was also resilient, cunning, stubborn, and favoured, or targeted by the gods. Modern audiences might think of him as a kind of ancient superhero, but he was something deeper than that. To the Greeks, he was an expression of human struggle on a mythic scale. His extraordinary feats symbolised the internal battles every person faced, challenges from fate, antagonism from divine forces, and the long road to redemption. Historically speaking, Heracles' influence was vast. Greek city-states claimed him as a founder or protector. Colonists carried his stories along trade routes across the Mediterranean. Temples dedicated to him stood from Spain to Turkey. In gymnasia, young men exercised beneath statues of Heracles, believing that strength was not merely physical, but moral as well. His myths became particularly important in Athens, where he served as a symbol of courage and endurance, virtues that the democratic city claimed as essential to its identity. The Romans later adopted him with great enthusiasm. They admired his strength and resilience, and they reinterpreted him as a model of disciplined effort. Hercules fit neatly into Roman values of duty, labour, and personal fortitude. One might say Heracles enjoyed a successful international career long before such careers were fashionable. Yet Heracles' overwhelming power came with a tragic undertone. Heroes in Greek mythology rarely enjoyed a peaceful existence. Heracles' life was marked by cycles of triumph and suffering, and eventually his extraordinary strength could not protect him from the fate that awaited all mortals. After poison caused unbearable agony, he built his own funeral pyre and ascended it with quiet dignity. In the end, the gods, perhaps acknowledging that his life had been more difficult than most mortals could endure, granted him immortality. Hera herself, after centuries of conflict, finally received him kindly. In one version of the myth, she even arranged a marriage for him in Olympus, a reconciliation that must have surprised everyone involved. As we drift slowly through his story, it becomes clear why Heracles stands at the very top of the list of overpowered Greek heroes. He was a figure of extremes: extreme strength, extreme suffering, extreme achievements, and extreme endurance. He embodied both the grandeur and the fragility of human existence. In him, we see the Greek belief that greatness is rarely comfortable, and that the mightiest individuals often carry the heaviest burdens. Heracles' life is, in some ways, a reminder that even the strongest among us need guidance, companionship, and at times, forgiveness. He was never a flawless hero, but that was precisely why the Greeks admired him. His struggles made him relatable, even as his abilities made him astonishing. With that, let your thoughts drift gently away from the roaring lions, the hydra's hissing heads, and the thunderous footsteps of the strongest hero who ever lived. We'll continue next time with another extraordinary figure, one whose power was less about brute force and more about speed, skill, and an infamous vulnerability at the back of his heel. Achilles begins, as many Greek heroes do, somewhere between the mortal world and the shimmering boundary of the divine. His mother was Thetis, a sea nymph of extraordinary power, and his father was Peleus, a respected mortal king. The marriage itself was famous across Greece, mainly because the gods attended it, and because a certain golden apple caused a bit of long-term political fallout. But for now, the important detail is this. Achilles entered the world already destined for something larger than life. The ancient Greeks believed that children of mixed heritage, half mortal, half divine, possessed both the limitations of humanity and the brilliance of the gods. Achilles was the clearest example of this tension. One of the first things people remember about Achilles is the curious matter of his vulnerability. The story of Thetis dipping him into the river Styx is a later addition, a poetic touch that neatly explains why only his heel remained susceptible to harm. Earlier traditions simply say Achilles was extraordinarily tough, fast and skillful, without mentioning any invincibility. Whatever version you prefer, the core idea remains the same. Achilles was not just strong. He was formidable in a way that defied ordinary comprehension. Ancient poets described him as swift-footed, a phrase that becomes almost rhythmic when repeated through epic verse. It wasn't simply that he ran quickly. Even the dust beneath his feet seemed unable to catch him. Achilles' early life was shaped by prophecy. Specifically, a prophecy that he would either live a long, quiet life, fading into comfortable obscurity, or achieve eternal glory and die young. It is one of those choices that feels rather unfair, but Greek myths often operate on that scale. Naturally, because we still talk about him today, we know which path he chose. The pursuit of glory was more appealing than living to a peaceful old age. In ancient Greek culture, immortality through memory was considered a worthy substitute for immortality in body. Achilles embraced that idea completely. Before he became the unstoppable force associated with the Great War, Achilles spent his youth being trained by the centaur Chiron. Chiron was the polite one among centaurs, knowledgeable, patient, and vastly more sophisticated than his rowdier cousins, who were known for wine, shouting, and questionable decision-making. Under Chiron's guidance, Achilles learned music, medicine, hunting, and philosophy. It may seem odd to imagine the most fearsome warrior of the ancient world practicing the lyre, but in Greek culture, excellence was expected to extend into every discipline. A hero was supposed to be well-rounded, not merely well-armoured. As he grew older, Achilles found his calling quickly. His skill in battle was unmatched. He could outrun any warrior, react faster than any opponent, and strike with precision so sharp it almost resembled artistry. Ancient poets don't simply say he fought well. They describe him as a storm, a blazing fire, a force that unravels armies. In the Iliad, he can turn the tide of an entire war simply by entering the battlefield. When he withdraws from the fighting, the morale of his allies collapses. When he returns, the earth itself seems to tremble under his fury. That, to the Greeks, was what an overpowered hero looked like. Someone who could change the course of history simply by waking up in a particular mood. Yet Achilles' power wasn't limited to physical strength. He also had an intensely complicated emotional world. Many modern readers imagine him as a stern warrior, but ancient storytellers painted him as passionate, sensitive, fiercely loyal, and at times painfully stubborn. He was capable of deep affection, particularly toward Patroclus, and equally capable of volcanic rage. This range of emotion was not considered a flaw. To the Greeks, a hero's inner life reflected his outward greatness. The same heart that allowed Achilles to fight with supernatural force also allowed him to grieve, love, and rage with equal intensity. His most defining moment, of course, takes place during the Long War, in which he becomes the central figure. The conflict itself is vast, drawn from centuries of oral tradition, shaped and reshaped by poets, historians, and storytellers. But within that huge tapestry, Achilles' presence glows like a torch. The war reveals both the heights and the dangers of his overpowered nature. When Achilles withdraws from the fighting due to a dispute over honour, a matter that seems small to modern ears but was enormously significant in ancient Greek culture, the entire war effort begins to unravel. Without him, the enemy pushes forward, the morale of the Greek troops collapses, and the balance shifts dramatically. This is not merely storytelling flair. It reflects the ancient concept of Aristeia, the idea that a single exceptional warrior could turn the fate of battle. Achilles embodied that ideal so perfectly that the war seemed to hinge on his participation. But because this is Greek myth, power always comes with consequences. Achilles' refusal to fight sets in motion a tragedy that even he cannot outrun. His dear companion Patroclus enters the battlefield in his place, wearing Achilles' armour, hoping to frighten the enemy and restore morale. It works, too well in fact, and Patroclus is killed by Hector. The enemy's greatest warrior, Achilles' reaction is a storm of grief and fury. He returns to battle with a force so overwhelming that even the river he fights beside becomes upset and tries to drown him. When the environment itself objects to your power level, you know the situation is extreme. Achilles' duel with Hector is one of the most famous scenes in ancient literature. It's not merely a fight between two warriors. It's a confrontation between ideals. Hector represents duty, responsibility, and the protection of home. Achilles represents unstoppable excellence, pure skill unrestrained by fear. Their clash ends with Hector's death, and Achilles' grief only deepens. His victory brings no comfort. Instead, it highlights the tragic dimension of being overpowered. To achieve greatness at such a scale is to stand alone, burdened by the weight of your own destiny. And that brings us to the most famous symbol associated with Achilles, his heel. The idea that such an extraordinary warrior could be undone by a single vulnerable spot became one of the most enduring metaphors in Western culture. Whether or not the ancient Greeks believed literally in the heel story, they all understood the underlying principle. No matter how powerful a hero becomes, there is always something, a flaw, a fate, a moment that can bring him down. Achilles, for all his brilliance, could not escape mortality. Historically, Achilles' legacy grew far beyond the ancient poems. He became a symbol of pure martial excellence. Greek soldiers invoked his name. Philosophers debated his choices. Alexander the Great considered Achilles his personal model, even visiting the hero's legendary tomb, and offering sacrifices as though asking for inspiration. To later societies, Achilles represented the ideal warrior, brilliant, unstoppable, but ultimately tragic. Power like his could not exist peacefully. It could only burn brightly and fade abruptly. Yet Achilles was not admired solely for his fighting ability. Ancient audiences respected his emotional depth, his fierce loyalty, and the sense of destiny that surrounded him. He was more than a warrior. He was a reminder that greatness comes at a steep cost. His story is both exhilarating and sorrowful, a combination the Greeks believed represented the truth of human existence. To strive, to excel, to seek glory beyond measure, and to accept that such striving carries consequences. If Heracles felt like raw muscle shaped into human form, Achilles feels like a blade, sharp, elegant, blindingly fast, and ultimately fragile at one tiny, fatal point. It is this combination of overwhelming strength and inescapable vulnerability that makes him one of the most overpowered heroes in all of Greek myth. He doesn't merely defeat opponents. He changes the atmosphere of the whole story simply by stepping into it. As you let the image of Achilles drift quietly into the background, the shining armour, the swift stride, the fierce determination, you begin to understand why the ancient Greeks placed him at the very centre of their imagination. He was the hero who burned brightly, fiercely, and briefly. And though his life ended young, his legend lived on, echoing softly across centuries, like distant footsteps on a battlefield, long faded into myth. Theseus enters Greek mythology with considerably less noise than Heracles or Achilles, yet once he arrives, he settles himself firmly among the most influential heroes, not only for his physical feats, but for something the Greeks valued almost as highly, political cleverness. If Heracles was the muscle, and Achilles the unstoppable force, Theseus was the strategist, the city builder, and the hero who somehow managed to combine monster slaying with civic reform. An unusual combination, admittedly, but one that Athens absolutely adored. Unlike many heroes whose stories unfold on far-flung battlefields or isolated mountainsides, Theseus's life is rooted in the evolving identity of a real city. Athens was rising in importance during the centuries in which Theseus's legends developed, and the city needed a heroic figure who embodied intelligence, justice, courage, and above all, leadership. So Theseus became not just a hero of myth, but a political symbol. A reflection of the Athenian belief that cleverness, bravery, and civic responsibility could exist in a single impressive package. His origins, though, were suitably dramatic. Theseus was the son of Aegeus, king of Athens, and Aethra, a princess of Troezen. But like many Greek heroes, he also had a possible divine father, Poseidon, which conveniently explained his unusual strength and resilience. The Greeks were quite comfortable with heroes having multiple paternal options. It allowed for both political legitimacy and divine glamour. Aegeus left a sword and sandals beneath a heavy rock, and told Aethra that if Theseus grew strong enough to lift it, he should come to Athens and claim his birthright. This test was not merely symbolic. It established Theseus as a hero from his earliest youth, strong enough to lift the stone, clever enough to understand its significance, and ambitious enough to set out for a city that did not yet know him. Now, most people, when offered a safe and direct route to their father's kingdom, would take the boat. Theseus, however, chose the dangerous land route. This was not because he enjoyed walking, although the Greeks did take great pride in physical endurance, but because the road was infested with criminals and monsters. By clearing them out, Theseus demonstrated not only his strength, but also his usefulness. Before he ever reached Athens, he had already begun shaping his reputation. Along the way, he encountered several notorious villains: Periphetes, who wielded a deadly club; Sinis, the pine bender, who tied travellers to bent trees and flung them apart; Siron, who forced victims to wash his feet before kicking them off cliffs; Procrustes, who offered a bed that either stretched or amputated guests until they fit perfectly. In each case, Theseus dispatched the villain using their own methods, a reflective style of justice that the Athenians appreciated far more than one might expect. By the time he reached Athens, Theseus had already proven himself an overpowered hero with a particular talent for balancing strength and cunning. But his greatest challenge, and the story for which he is universally remembered, was still ahead. the labyrinth, and the Minotaur. Historically, the tale has layers that reflect Bronze Age politics. The ancient city of Athens, according to the myth, was forced to send a tribute of 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete every few years, where they would be sacrificed to the Minotaur, a fearsome creature born from a story that is, frankly, far too complicated to explore without raising several eyebrows. The important thing is that Crete was a powerful naval force in earlier centuries, and the myth likely preserved echoes of a time when Athens felt overshadowed. Theseus volunteered to go, not because he enjoyed mazes or minotaurs, but because heroes in Greek myth rarely waited for problems to solve themselves. Before boarding the ship, he promised his father that if he survived, he would return with white sails instead of black ones, a detail that would later become rather important. Once in Crete, Theseus met Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. She fell in love with him, as heroes often inspired in myths, and gave him a ball of thread so he could navigate the labyrinth. Now, while modern audiences sometimes imagine the labyrinth as a magical, shifting maze, the ancient Greeks pictured it as a symbol of complexity, confusion, and political entanglement. Theseus' success inside it represented not only bravery, but also the triumph of rational thought over chaos. He entered the twisting passages, tracked down the Minotaur, and defeated it in close combat. Ancient vase paintings often show him standing calmly as the creature falls, which tells you quite a bit about Athenian confidence. Using the thread, he found his way back out, freed the other youths, and fled with Ariadne. This escape alone would cement him as an overpowered hero, defeating a creature of brute force with a combination of strength, cleverness, and one very helpful ball of thread. Theseus's return journey, however, was less triumphant. He abandoned Ariadne. The myths disagree on why, though most explanations suggest divine intervention or unfortunate forgetfulness, and then sailed home, neglecting to change his ship's sails to white. When King Aegeus saw the black sails approaching, he believed his son was dead and threw himself into the sea. Ever since, the waters have borne his name, the Aegean Sea. With that tragic beginning to his reign, Theseus became king of Athens, and it is here that his overpowered nature takes on a different form. He was no longer simply a hero fighting monsters. He became a hero who shaped a city. According to later tradition, Theseus unified the scattered villages of Attica into a single political entity with Athens at its centre, an event known as the Synoikismos. Whether historically accurate or not, it reflected how Athenians saw themselves: organised, rational, democratic, eventually, and led by a founder whose greatest victory was not slaying a beast but building a community. Theseus introduced festivals, strengthened civic identity, and established laws. He was portrayed as the ideal Athenian: intelligent, brave, strategic, committed to justice, and occasionally prone to poor personal decisions. His adventures continued, of course. He captured the Amazon Queen Antiope, or perhaps married her, depending on the version, attempted to abduct Persephone from the underworld, an idea that ranked among the least successful in myth, and befriended Pirithous, whose enthusiasm for risky endeavours matched his own. Yet despite his flaws, and every Greek hero came with a generous supply, Theseus was admired because he represented balance, strength and intellect, passion and responsibility, personal courage and public duty. He was overpowered not in the explosive, battlefield-shattering manner of Achilles, nor in the divine muscled fashion of Heracles, but in a quieter, more political way. He could defeat monsters, yes, but he could also govern, reform, unify, and inspire. It is this dual role that made Theseus an Athenian favourite. He was not a wandering warrior, he was a foundational figure, a reminder that heroic power could be used to build rather than destroy. That cleverness could be as mighty as the strongest club, and that cities, like myths, are shaped not only by battles won, but by the ideals their heroes embody. Theseus's story ends, like many Greek myths, with a mixture of triumph and melancholy. His later years were marked by political disappointment, exile, and an isolated death far from the city he helped shape. But Athens did not allow his legacy to fade. They brought his bones back with great ceremony, built shrines in his honour, and celebrated festivals that bore his name. Even in death, he remained a symbol, the hero who unified, strengthened, and guided. If Heracles was the physical peak of Greek heroism, and Achilles the emotional and martial peak, Theseus was the civic one. A hero whose greatest power was his mind, steady, thoughtful, and occasionally too ambitious for his own good. And so, he takes his place among the most overpowered heroes, not because he overpowered armies alone, but because he overpowered disunity, disorder, and the forces that threatened the very idea of Athens itself. Perseus enters the world with a prophecy hanging over his cradle, a classic sign that something extraordinary and probably inconvenient is destined to unfold. His grandfather, King Acrisius of Argos, had been told that his own grandson would one day kill him. Most grandfathers might respond by becoming slightly overprotective. Acrisius went for the more dramatic option. He locked his daughter Danae inside an underground bronze chamber so she could never meet a man. This was admittedly not the most sustainable long-term strategy, especially in a world where gods took an active interest in mortal affairs. Zeus, in particular, saw the arrangement as more of a suggestion than a restriction. And so, in one of mythology's more poetic episodes, Zeus visited Danae in the form of golden light. The result was Perseus. Acrisius, realizing the prophecy was already underway, panicked and sealed mother and child inside a wooden chest, casting them out to sea. This was a recurring theme in Greek myth. If something worried you, you simply put it in a box and threw it into the ocean. Fortunately for Perseus, the chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos, where a fisherman named Dictys rescued them. With this gentle introduction into the mortal world, Perseus grew up on the island, humble but aware that his origins were anything but ordinary. Perseus's destiny truly begins with a moment of pressure. The kind of social situation where everyone expects you to do something impressive, and you foolishly agree before thinking it through. The local king, Polydectes, admired Danae a little too enthusiastically and hoped to get Perseus out of the way. He announced a banquet where each guest must bring a gift, claiming he needed resources for a noble cause. When Perseus found himself empty-handed, he declared, in the impulsive spirit of many young heroes, that he would bring the king the head of Medusa. Silence probably followed. Even in mythology, this was considered ambitious. Now Medusa was one of the three Gorgons, monstrous sisters with snakes for hair and eyes that turned anyone who looked at them directly into stone. The other two were immortal, but Medusa, uniquely, was not. This made her a suitable target for heroic ambition, though still an extraordinarily dangerous one. Perseus had no idea how to find her, no equipment to fight her, and no plan whatsoever. But as it turns out, he had something more valuable, the interest of the gods. This is where Perseus becomes overpowered in a very distinct way. Unlike Heracles, who relied largely on personal strength, or Achilles, who possessed innate martial brilliance, Perseus was blessed or equipped by divine intervention. The gods assembled a toolkit for him, as if preparing a young warrior for his first day at a very unusual job. Hermes, the swift messenger god, gave him a curved sword capable of cutting through anything, including a Gorgon's neck. Athena provided a polished bronze shield, not meant for blocking attacks, but for its reflective surface. The Grey, three sisters who shared one eye and one tooth between them, reluctantly revealed Medusa's location after Perseus cleverly withheld their only shared eye. The nymphs gifted him a magical pouch to safely contain Medusa's head, winged sandals that allowed him to fly, and Hades' helm of darkness, granting invisibility. The result was a hero equipped not by birth but by collaboration, and that, to the Greeks, was a different kind of power entirely. With these divine tools and a growing sense of determination, Perseus set out. His approach to the Gorgon lair is one of the most famous episodes in mythology. The Gorgons slept among statues, former heroes who had been less fortunate. Medusa's hair writhed with snakes, each one dripping venom, and her face remained so dangerous that even while asleep it could petrify. Perseus did not look at her directly. Instead, he used Athena's shield as a mirror, walking backward with careful steps. It was a moment where cleverness mattered more than force. One swift strike, guided by divine precision, severed Medusa's head, and from the blood that spilled onto the ground, two beings emerged: Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a warrior. Greek myths often take such unexpected turns, life springing from the remains of a monster, because transformation was an essential part of how ancient storytellers understood the world. Perseus's most dangerous trial was over, but his legend was only beginning. When Perseus attempted to escape, Medusa's immortal sisters awoke, shrieking with fury. Thanks to the winged sandals and invisibility helm, he fled, vanishing into the air like a gust of wind. Even the Gorgons, with all their terrifying abilities, could do nothing but slash at shadows. His journey home turned into a series of encounters that further solidified his reputation. The most famous occurred along the coast of Ethiopia, where Perseus found Andromeda chained to a rock, a sea monster sent by Poseidon as punishment for a rather boastful queen, approached the cliffs. The scene was dramatic enough that even a weary traveller might pause to consider the most heroic solution. Perseus acted without hesitation. Using Medusa's head, he turned the monster to stone, rescued Andromeda, and eventually married her, a rare moment of lasting happiness in Greek myth, where romance is usually fleeting and dramatically inconvenient. But Perseus's return to Seriphos revealed another test. King Polydectes, still intent on controlling Danae, had been harassing her during Perseus's absence. Here Perseus displayed a kind of justice the Greeks appreciated, swift, decisive, and arguably excessive. He revealed Medusa's head, turning the king and his followers into statues. Later traditions often softened this moment, but ancient audiences found it entirely fitting. A hero should protect his family after all, and Perseus did so with the most efficient tool available. After restoring order on Seriphos, Perseus returned his divine gifts and continued with the one task he had never chosen but had always been destined for, facing the prophecy that had shaped his birth. Acrisius, hearing that Perseus was alive, fled in fear. But destiny, in Greek myth, has a remarkable ability to make itself known. During an athletic competition in Thessaly, Perseus entered the discus event. The discus slipped from his hand, or was carried by an unfortunate gust of wind. and struck Acrisius, killing him instantly. It was accidental, but the prophecy was fulfilled. The Greeks understood destiny not as something heroes battle against, but as something they inevitably encounter, often at the most unexpected moment. Perseus eventually founded the city of Mycenae, one of the most important centres of Bronze Age Greece. Its walls were so enormous that later generations claimed the Cyclopes had built them. The city became a seat of power, producing future heroes and kings, including Agamemnon, whose stories shaped entire epics. Perseus's legacy therefore extended far beyond his personal adventures. He was remembered not just as a monster slayer, but as a founder, a builder, and a king whose descendants shaped the mythological landscape for centuries. Historically, Perseus's myth reflects the values of early Greek society. He is a hero who triumphs not through brute strength, but through cooperation, receiving help from gods, nymphs, and even strange sisters who share a single eye. His story emphasizes cleverness, preparation, resourcefulness, and divine favour. The Greeks admired heroes who could think as well as fight. Perseus embodied that balance: courageous, swift, intelligent, and just. At the same time, his legend reveals the underlying worldview of ancient Greek culture, that great achievements often require the support of many forces, human and divine. Where Heracles stands alone against impossible strength, and Achilles burns with solitary glory, Perseus thrives through shared effort. It is this collaborative nature, combined with the sheer scale of his feats, that places him firmly among the most overpowered heroes in myth. As he fades quietly into the long line of legendary kings, Perseus remains a figure of radiant symbolism. The hero who used reflection rather than direct confrontation, who turned terror into opportunity, and who transformed a curse into a legacy. His story, full of shimmering tools, winged sandals, and one unforgettable gaze, reminds us that sometimes power lies not in how hard one strikes, but in how wisely one sees. Atalanta enters Greek mythology with a kind of clarity and sharpness that feels almost refreshing. While many heroes begin with tangled parentage or complicated prophecies, Atalanta's story starts with something painfully straightforward. She was unwanted. Her father, disappointed that his child was not the son he hoped for, abandoned her on a mountainside. It is a grim beginning, but Greek myth is full of such moments. What makes Atalanta exceptional is that she not only survived, she grew into one of the most formidable heroes of her age. According to the myths, a she-bear found the infant and nursed her, a detail that the Greeks told without irony. The bear, sacred to Artemis, symbolized both fierce protection and wild strength. Later, hunters discovered the child and raised her among them. Growing up in the wilderness, far from courtly expectations or domestic roles, Atalanta developed abilities that placed her alongside the greatest heroes, though with a certain ease and precision that made many of them slightly uncomfortable. The Greeks admired excellence in all forms, but they were especially intrigued by Atalanta because she excelled at skills traditionally reserved for men. She could outrun any competitor. She shot arrows with unerring accuracy. She tracked animals across rugged terrain with the quiet confidence of someone at home in the wild. She was, in every meaningful sense, overpowered, not because the gods spoiled her with gifts, but because she trained herself into a living embodiment of independence. One of the earliest tales involving Atalanta describes her victory in a wrestling match against Peleus, father of Achilles, at the funeral games of King Peleus. The idea of a woman defeating a respected Greek warrior was almost scandalous in ancient storytelling, but Atalanta did it calmly. No drama, no boasting. Just a clean victory that left observers sharply aware that their expectations needed revising. Yet her most famous early achievement came during the Caledonian Boar Hunt, a legendary expedition that assembled many of Greece's greatest heroes. The boar in question had been sent by Artemis because King Oeneus neglected to honour her in a harvest festival. The animal ravaged the region, and the king called upon the strongest warriors in Greece, Meleager, Jason, Theseus, and many others to eliminate it. When Atalanta joined the hunt, controversy immediately followed. Some heroes balked at the idea of a woman participating, a sentiment they would soon regret. When the massive, furious boar charged through the forest, snapping trees and scattering warriors, Atalanta was the first to strike it. Her arrow hit with perfect precision, drawing blood. It was Meleager who finally killed the beast, but he publicly credited Atalanta with the first and most important wound. To honour her, he gave her the hide of the boar. This gesture, meant to be respectful, sparked a feud among the other hunters and eventually led to tragedy. For the boar seemed easier for them to accept than their own bruised pride. This moment reveals a particular aspect of Atalanta's overpowered nature. Her abilities were not only extraordinary, they disrupted an entire social order. Where other heroes inspired admiration, Atalanta inspired re-evaluation. Her skill forced Greek audiences, and male heroes, to question the rigid assumptions of their world. And because Greek myth loved nothing more than placing exceptional individuals into tense social situations, Atalanta's life continued along a path where her excellence constantly collided with expectation. Her connection to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, strengthened these qualities. Artemis admired independence, purity, and mastery of the wilderness, all traits Atalanta embodied. Some myths suggest Atalanta took a vow of chastity, dedicating herself fully to the goddess. Whether literal or symbolic, the idea shaped her story. Suitors arrived, drawn by her strength and renown, but she rejected all of them. Her father, having rediscovered her and suddenly discovering paternal pride, insisted she marry. Atalanta made a compromise that gave her control. She would marry only the man who could beat her in a foot race. If they lost, which they inevitably did, she would kill them. It sounds harsh, but Greek myths rarely shy away from dramatic consequences. Suitors lined up anyway. One by one they challenged her. One by one they died. No man could outrun her. Her speed was not just athletic, it was supernatural in effect, the result of a lifetime of training, focus, and perhaps a touch of divine favour. The races themselves became parables about ambition, caution, and the danger of underestimating someone simply because they did not fit conventional expectations. The sole exception came in the form of Hippomenes, a young man who understood that raw ability alone would not secure victory. Instead of trusting speed, he sought strategy. He prayed to Aphrodite, who provided him with 3 golden apples from her sacred grove. During the race, Atalanta surged ahead as usual, graceful as wind across open fields. Hippomenes, however, rolled a golden apple across her path. Intrigued by its beauty, and perhaps slowed for only a moment, Atalanta paused to retrieve it. He threw another, then a third. Each one delayed her just long enough for him to reach the finish line first. It is one of those curious Greek stories where the hero loses by winning. Atalanta kept her vow and married Hippomenes, though the union was not entirely successful. Depending on the version, the couple's eventual downfall came through divine punishment, a reminder that in the world of myth, ambition, pride and passion all carried heavy consequences. But the racing contest, with its blend of speed, beauty and cleverness, remains one of the most iconic episodes in Greek mythology. Despite the often tragic endings woven into these tales, Atalanta's legacy stands apart. She remains one of the few female heroes in Greek mythology to achieve fame through physical excellence rather than sorcery, seduction, or royal influence. She ascended through merit, an extraordinary rarity in ancient storytelling. Her independence, skill, and wilderness spirit were so striking that later writers saw in her the archetype of the untamed heroine. Historically, Atalanta symbolized something powerful to the Greeks. She represented the tension between traditional gender expectations and the recognition of undeniable excellence. Even when storytellers attempted to steer her toward conventional roles, marriage, submission, domesticity, she resisted, maintaining her identity and abilities until the very end. She was admired, feared, desired, and misunderstood all at once. The combination made her unforgettable. Her athleticism also had cultural resonance. In Greece's earliest religious festivals, women sometimes participated in foot races dedicated to Hera or Artemis. These competitions, though far smaller than the famous Olympic Games, may well have influenced the mythic imagination. Perhaps Atalanta emerged in part because these races demonstrated that women too could excel in physical contests. Mythology, as always, took the idea and elevated it into legend. But what truly elevates Atalanta into the realm of the overpowered is the way her presence unsettles the heroes around her. Her speed disarms them. Her precision humiliates them. Her independence threatens them. She becomes a mirror reflecting their insecurities, the fear that someone outside their world of expectations might surpass them. And she does, again and again, with effortless poise. In the context of this collection of overpowered Greek heroes, Atalanta stands as a reminder that mastery comes in many forms. Heracles overpowering lions, Achilles overpowering armies, Theseus overpowering political structures. Each expresses a type of dominance. Atalanta, however, overpowers assumptions. She challenges the very structure of heroic identity just by existing. Her greatness is not only physical, but symbolic. She embodies skill without arrogance, excellence without cruelty, and a wildness that remains untamed even when she walks among cities. By the time her legend spread across Greece, Atalanta had become one of the most admired and complicated heroes in myth. Strikingly mortal, yet undeniably extraordinary. Her story persists as a gentle but firm reminder that sometimes the greatest hero is not the one who swings the heaviest sword, but the one who runs faster than everyone else, aims straighter, thinks sharper, and refuses to live according to rules that were never written for her. Orpheus stands among Greek heroes like a quiet flame in a room full of thunder. Where others carried swords, clubs, spears, or elaborate armour forged by gods, Orpheus carried only a lyre, a small stringed instrument capable of producing delicate melodies. And yet, with this deceptively simple tool, he wielded a power that no blade could match. He could charm wild animals, sway the hearts of kings, calm tempests, and, most astonishingly, move the very guardians of the underworld. His gift was not force, but persuasion, not violence, but beauty. And in a world of monsters and raging warriors, that made him an overpowered hero in an entirely different sense. Orpheus was said to be the son of the muse Calliope, patron of epic poetry, and either King Oeagrus of Thrace or the god Apollo. As with many Greek heroes, the ambiguity only added to his mystique. Being the child of a muse already gave him a connection to the divine world of inspiration, but being potentially the son of Apollo, god of music, prophecy, and light, put him in the rare company of heroes whose talents were both miraculous and deeply artistic. Unlike Heracles or Achilles, who trained their bodies, Orpheus's strength was his ability to shape emotion itself. From a young age, Orpheus displayed an uncanny talent for music. His lyre, crafted by Hermes and later enhanced by Apollo, became an extension of his spirit. When he played, the world listened. Birds descended from the sky to rest at his feet. Trees leaned closer. Rivers stilled. Even rocks, traditionally quite indifferent to human affairs, softened in his presence. This motif, nature responding to Orpheus, spoke to a Greek belief that music was not merely entertainment, but a force capable of harmonizing the universe. His early years were filled with small miracles, but Orpheus did not remain an isolated wonder. He soon entered the wider world of heroic adventure. In one of the most important moments of his early life, Orpheus joined the Argonauts, a band of heroes who travelled with Jason in search of the Golden Fleece. The group included some of the era's most formidable figures: Heracles, Castor, and Pollux, Atalanta in some accounts, and countless others who could wrestle monsters or lift absurdly heavy objects. One might imagine Orpheus feeling out of place among warriors, but he played a vital role. When the Argonauts encountered the Sirens, creatures whose beautiful voices lured sailors to destruction, Orpheus saved the day. He played his lyre with such brilliance that the Sirens' voices became irrelevant, drowned out by his overwhelming musical clarity. Instead of plunging into the sea in a trance, the crew remained steady, following Orpheus's melody as though it were a guiding light. In this moment, he demonstrated that power need not always be loud or forceful. Sometimes the greatest strength is the ability to still the mind, calm the senses, and redirect the heart. But Orpheus's true legend, the story that immortalized him across centuries, began not with adventure, but with love. He married Eurydice, a woman whose beauty and gentleness captivated him completely. Their marriage was brief, but filled with joy. Then tragedy struck. While fleeing a pursuer in a meadow, Eurydice stepped on a venomous snake. The bite was swift. Death came quickly, and Orpheus's world collapsed. What makes Orpheus extraordinary is not simply his grief, but what he chose to do with it. Rather than accept Eurydice's death, he embarked on a journey no mortal had ever attempted successfully. He descended into the underworld to retrieve her. This decision alone places him among the most overpowered heroes, not because he possessed physical might, but because he possessed a determination fueled by love that was strong enough to challenge the boundaries of life and death. The underworld, guarded by Cerberus and ruled by Hades and Persephone, was not a place mortals entered lightly. Yet when Orpheus arrived, he did not fight his way in. He did what he had always done. He played. His music softened Cerberus's growls, quieting the beast until it lay peacefully at his side. Shades of the dead paused in their wandering and gathered around him. The Furies, known for their wrath and implacability, lowered their torches and wept. Even Sisyphus, condemned to push a stone up a hill for eternity, rested his hands as the melody floated through the dark air. When he finally reached Hades and Persephone, Orpheus played a song of loss, longing, devotion, and sorrow so profound that even the Lord of the Dead felt his heart shift. It was said that tears glimmered in Persephone's eyes as she listened. Hades moved in a way no warrior could ever have compelled, agreed to let Eurydice return on one condition. Orpheus must walk ahead, and Eurydice would follow, but he must not look back until they reached the world above. It was a simple condition, cruel in its simplicity, and deeply symbolic. Trust, in Greek mythology, was often the final test of any hero. Orpheus agreed, and the journey began. Step by step, he climbed the shadowed path, hearing only the faint sound of Eurydice's footsteps behind him. But as he neared the light of the surface, doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades deceived him? Was he walking alone? Just before reaching the threshold, he turned. For a brief moment he saw her, pale, beautiful, reaching out, and then she was gone. Her last whisper drifted toward him like a fading note. Farewell. In this moment, Orpheus proved something profound. Even the most overpowered abilities have limitations. His music could soften hearts, still storms, and charm the underworld. But it could not overcome his own human vulnerability. The Greeks valued heroes whose flaws illuminated their humanity as much as their strengths illuminated their greatness. Orpheus embodied this duality perfectly. After losing Eurydice a second time, Orpheus wandered the world in grief. His songs became mournful and reflective, shaping the foundations of what Greeks would later consider poetic tradition. His music, once capable of moving stones, now carried a depth of sorrow that inspired listeners for generations. Some say he refused the company of others. Some say he retreated into the forests of Thrace. Others say he founded the Orphic Mysteries, a set of spiritual teachings centered on the soul, purity, and the afterlife. His death, like much of his life, was entangled with symbolic meaning. In one tradition, he was torn apart by Moinads, followers of Dionysus, because his devotion to Apollo's art left him indifferent to their ecstatic rites. Even in death, his severed head and lyre continued to sing, carried by the river Hebrus to the island of Lesbos, where the Muses finally silenced them. This poetic ending reflects an ancient belief that the artistic spirit never truly dies. It only changes form. Historically, Orpheus held a unique place in Greek culture. While warriors embodied physical excellence, Orpheus embodied artistic and spiritual excellence. He represented music as a power equal to strength or intellect, a force capable of shaping the world not through dominance, but through harmony. His influence extended into religious thought, philosophical teachings, and the development of poetic forms. Later writers saw in him the archetype of the inspired artist, the seeker of truth, the tragic lover, and the visionary. What makes Orpheus truly overpowered, then, is not how many foes he defeated, but how deeply he touched the hearts of gods and mortals alike. His songs moved the cosmos. His grief shook the roots of the underworld. His journey redefined what it meant to be heroic, proving that courage can be quiet, gentle, and deeply human. Among all the heroes in Greek myth, Orpheus stands alone as a reminder that power takes many forms, and that the most profound victories are sometimes the ones won not with strength, but with the fragile, luminous force of the soul. Jason is a different sort of overpowered hero. Not the strongest, not the fastest, not the most brilliant, and certainly not the best decision maker. But he possessed something the Greeks considered just as potent: leadership. The ability to gather extraordinary people, inspire them, and set them in motion toward a goal that most sensible individuals would refuse outright. Jason's true power was not in swinging a sword or slaying monsters. It was in assembling the Argonauts, the most star-studded heroic team of the ancient world. If heroes were constellations, Jason was the man who arranged the sky. His story begins, as many Greek tales do, with a stolen throne. Jason's father, Aeson, rightful king of Iolcus, was overthrown by his own half-brother, Peleus. Jason grew up in hiding, trained by Chiron, the same wise centaur who taught Achilles, Asclepius, and other notable heroes. Chiron was a dependable mentor, equal parts physician, philosopher, and babysitter for unusually gifted children. Under his guidance, Jason learned discipline, hunting, music, and leadership. None of these skills made him overpowered alone, but they prepared him for the moment when destiny knocked. And destiny did knock in rather dramatic fashion when Jason returned to Iolcus wearing only one sandal. This was not a fashion choice. On his way to the city, he helped an elderly woman cross a river, unaware she was actually the goddess Hera in disguise, and lost a sandal in the process. When he reached the court, Peleus remembered a prophecy warning him to fear a man with one sandal. Jason, in his polite and slightly oblivious way, walked straight into the centre of danger. Peleus, trying to rid himself of the inconvenient hero, suggested an impossible task. Jason should retrieve the Golden Fleece, a glowing sacred object guarded by a dragon and located in the faraway land of Colchis. It was, in effect, a polite invitation to perish spectacularly. But Jason accepted, not because he was fearless, but because he understood something vital. An impossible quest is far less impossible when you bring enough extraordinary people with you. And so Jason gathered the Argonauts, a crew so astonishing that one begins to suspect Greek storytellers raided every heroic tradition they could find. Among them were Heracles, Orpheus, Castor, and Pollux, Atalanta in some versions, the shape-shifting seer Mopsus, the winged sons of Boreas, and several of the greatest warriors of the age. If Achilles was a one-man army, the Argonauts were an entire heroic pantheon crammed into a single ship. Jason's brilliance lay not in being the strongest among them, but in being the one they agreed to follow. The ship, Argo, was itself a marvel, built by Argus with the guidance of Athena, who fitted a magical speaking timber into its prow. The ship could advise them, which is convenient, though one imagines it also made navigation meetings rather chaotic. With divine support, a legendary crew, and a leader determined to prove himself, the Argonauts set sail into waters that Greek maps treated a bit like modern fantasy novels treat uncharted wilderness, full of danger, monsters, and dramatic opportunities. Their first great test came at Lemnos, an island inhabited solely by women after a rather grim domestic episode. The Argonauts were welcomed, feasted, celebrated, and nearly persuaded to abandon their mission altogether. Jason, however, kept the group on track, proving that leadership sometimes means pulling your team away from extremely tempting distractions. Further challenges followed. When Heracles broke his oar, through sheer overenthusiasm, and left the expedition to search for his abducted companion, it fell to Jason to steady the crew's morale. In another episode, they encountered Phineus, a blind prophet tormented by the Harpies, winged creatures who stole his food. Jason's crew, particularly the sons of Boreas, chased the Harpies away. What Jason contributed here was not brute strength, but diplomacy. He freed Phineus from his torment, and in return the prophet gave the Argonauts crucial guidance through the clashing rocks, or Symplegades, enormous stone cliffs that smashed together with deadly force. Here we see Jason's brand of overpowered. He didn't stop the rocks. He trusted in clever advice and inspired his crew to perform flawlessly. The ship squeezed through at the last possible moment, losing only a bit of the stern. the rocks froze in place forever, a symbol of the Argonauts' exceptional passage. Jason's success here wasn't physical, it was strategic. And in Greek myth, strategy was a superpower of its own. When the Argonauts finally reached Colchis, Jason faced King Aias, who understandably did not want to give away the Golden Fleece. Aias proposed a set of tasks so outrageously difficult that even Heracles might have raised an eyebrow. Jason had to yoke fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow dragons' teeth into the soil, and then fight the armed warriors who sprang from the earth. Jason approached this challenge with his usual combination of courage and external assistance. Enter Medea, daughter of Aeetes, priestess of Hecate, and one of the most powerful sorceresses in all mythology. When she saw Jason, she fell in love with the unmistakable influence of divine meddling, and offered her help. She gave him protective ointments, spells, and instructions that allowed him to complete each impossible task. Jason's overpowered nature, once again, came not from physical perfection, but from forming alliances with extraordinary individuals. With Medea's aid, Jason then confronted the dragon guarding the Golden Fleece. In some versions, he defeated it with cunning. In others, Medea lulled the creature to sleep with enchantments. Either way, Jason secured the fleece and escaped with Medea, though the escape itself spiralled into one of the darkest moments of Greek myth. A reminder that power often brings consequences. The journey home was as difficult as the journey out, filled with storms, hostile kings, divine tests, and the constant need for Jason to keep his fractious crew unified. Even gods intervened, sometimes helping, sometimes hindering. Hera, who had watched over Jason since their first river encounter, continued to guide him, not because he was invincible, but because he was earnest, respectful, and willing to listen. In time, Jason returned to Iolcus, but Peleus refused to give up the throne. Medea, using her formidable powers, engineered his downfall, a victory that brought the throne back to Jason, but also cast a shadow over their future. The details vary by storyteller, but the outcome remains tragic. Jason, once triumphant, gradually lost divine favour, political standing, and eventually Medea's loyalty, in a reversal that was as dramatic as it was inevitable. Jason's death, curiously, reflects the fragility beneath his once great leadership. Alone and forgotten, he sought refuge beneath the rotting hull of the Argo. One day, the ship's beam collapsed and struck him, a quiet, melancholy ending for a hero who once commanded the greatest expedition of his age. And yet Jason remains profoundly overpowered in a way unique among Greek heroes. He was not the strongest, swiftest, or most invincible, but he possessed a rare ability to gather greatness, to inspire the best in others, to lead when no one else dared. His victories came through collaboration, divine help, skilled companions, wise advice, and Medea's unrivaled magic. The Greeks admired this. For them, heroism was not always about individual might. Sometimes it was about the ability to steer others through danger, to navigate storms both literal and political. Jason's legacy endures not because he towered above all others, but because he stood at the centre of greatness, orchestrating it, shaping it, and ultimately being transformed by it. His story is a reminder that leadership itself can be a kind of power, one forged not in the strength of the arm, but in the depth of the mind and the trust of those who follow. Bellerophon enters Greek mythology tucked slightly behind the more famous heroes, yet once his story unfolds, it becomes clear he belongs firmly among the overpowered elite. His tale contains all the elements the Greeks adored: a divine horse, a fire-breathing monster, heroic trials, and, in the end, a reminder of how swiftly fortune can shift for those who climb too high. If Heracles was raw strength and Achilles pure fury, Bellerophon was the hero who tamed the sky itself. He was born in Corinth, though like many heroes, the exact details of his lineage vary. Most traditions name him the son of Glaucus, king of Corinth, but some hint at Poseidon as his real father. A convenient explanation for a man destined to become closely associated with heavenly creatures. In either case, Bellerophon grew up noble, strong, disciplined, and ambitious. But ambition, as Greek myth constantly reminds us, is a double-edged sword. Bellerophon's early life took a tragic turn when he accidentally killed a man, possibly his own brother. Whether it was an accident or an unfortunate misunderstanding, the Greeks treated such acts seriously. Bellerophon fled and sought purification from King Proetus of Tiryns, a common practice in myth where wandering heroes sought absolution for blood guilt. King Proetus welcomed him, but not everyone in Proetus's palace greeted him kindly. The trouble began with Queen Stheneboea, who took an interest in Bellerophon, the dangerous kind of interest that heroes in Greek stories should always avoid. When Bellerophon rejected her advances, she accused him of trying to seduce her. Proetus, unwilling to harm a guest, but eager to avoid divine punishment for neglecting the accusation, devised a political solution typical of myth. Send Bellerophon to his father-in-law, King Iobates of Lycia, carrying a sealed tablet that requested the bearer's death. In mythology, sealed messages rarely contain birthday greetings. Iobates, like Proetus, hesitated to kill a guest outright. Hospitality, xenia, was sacred to the Greeks. So instead, he devised what kings often considered a brilliant plan: assign the hero tasks so perilous that they would surely lead to his death. It was, in diplomatic terms, a polite assassination. The first task he gave Bellerophon was to slay the Chimera, a creature so terrifying that its name has become shorthand for the impossible. The Chimera was no ordinary beast. It was part lion, part goat, and part serpent, with the delightful additional talent of breathing fire. Her lair was a scorched, barren landscape, where no plants grew and no animals ventured. Heroes were expected to show courage, but this assignment bordered on unreasonable. To face the Chimera, Bellerophon needed more than strength. He needed mobility, preferably airborne mobility. Enter Pegasus, the winged horse born from the blood of Medusa. Pegasus was a creature of impossible grace, swift as a sudden breeze, radiant as starlight. Many heroes dreamed of riding him, but Pegasus obeyed no mortal hand. Bellerophon, however, received divine guidance. Corinth's goddess Athena appeared to him in a dream, or in some versions directly in waking life, and offered him a golden bridle. With it, he found Pegasus drinking from the sacred spring of Perain. Approaching with reverence rather than force, Bellerophon placed the bridle on Pegasus, and the winged stallion accepted him. This moment alone would secure his reputation as an overpowered hero. Taming the sky is no small feat. Riding Pegasus transformed Bellerophon into something the ancient world had never seen: a warrior with aerial supremacy. When he faced the Chimera, he did not attack blindly. He approached strategically. From high above, he unleashed arrows, swooping downward to strike before rising out of reach of the monster's fire. Some traditions say he jammed a lump of lead onto a spear and hurled it into the Chimera's throat. When the creature breathed fire, the lead melted, killing it from within. It was a victory of intellect, precision, and innovation, the kind of ingenuity the Greeks admired. Iobates was stunned. To test whether Bellerophon's success was mere luck, he sent him on another impossible mission: defeat the Selimi, a powerful neighbouring tribe. With Pegasus, Bellerophon soared above their ranks, striking with decisive speed. Iobates then sent him against the Amazons, the legendary warrior women. Again, Bellerophon succeeded, gracefully, powerfully, and with the least amount of fuss possible. Each victory only deepened Iobates' astonishment and unease. Here was a hero who could do what armies could not, who could tame divine creatures, and who returned from tasks deliberately designed to destroy him. Eventually, Iobates realized he was dealing not with a dangerous guest, but with a chosen hero. Instead of continuing the charade, he revealed the truth, repented, and offered Bellerophon his daughter's hand in marriage, along with half the kingdom. Harmony, it seemed, had finally arrived, but Greek myth is rarely content with harmony. What distinguished Bellerophon from other overpowered heroes was how his story combined soaring triumph with one of the clearest lessons against hubris in ancient literature. Having conquered monsters, tribes, and challenges set by kings, Bellerophon began to believe he deserved a place among the gods. Perhaps Pegasus's wings made him feel closer to Olympus. Perhaps centuries of retellings exaggerated his pride, but the myth is consistent on one point. Bellerophon attempted to fly to the home of the gods. For the Greeks, this was not simply ambition, it was transgression. Olympus was a realm reserved for immortals, divine beings who embodied forces beyond human reach. To ascend by mortal desire alone was an act of arrogance the gods could not allow. As Bellerophon rode Pegasus higher and higher, Zeus sent a gadfly to sting the horse. Pegasus reared violently, throwing Bellerophon from the sky. The fall was long, the landing was definitive. Bellerophon survived, but lived the rest of his life crippled, wandering the earth in lonely despair. His greatness was not erased, but it lost its radiance. The Greeks told this story with a soft, warning tone. Power is admirable, ambition understandable, but attempting to seize the realm of the gods was a step too far. Pegasus, on the other hand, ascended safely to Olympus and served Zeus thereafter, carrying his thunderbolts or joining the stars as a constellation. The horse was destined for the heavens. Bellerophon was not. Historically and symbolically, Bellerophon's story offered the Greeks several powerful ideas. First, he represented the enlightened hero, someone who triumphed through intelligence and divine cooperation rather than brute strength. His taming of Pegasus showed harmony between mortal and mythical. His slaying of the Chimera displayed tactical brilliance. His victories over the Selimi and Amazons demonstrated that even overwhelming challenges could be met through skill and strategy. But his downfall provided the moral centre of his myth. Greek culture placed enormous importance on recognising boundaries between mortals and gods. Heroes who forgot this, like Niobe, Tantalus, and later Ajax the Greater, were cautionary examples of what happens when human pride challenges divine order. Bellerophon, therefore, embodies both extremes of overpowered heroism. At his peak, he soared higher than any mortal hero, ascending beyond earthly limits. At his lowest, he wandered, broken and grieving, a man who had touched greatness but could not hold onto it. And that duality is precisely what made him unforgettable. He was the hero who flew, the slayer of the Chimera, the rider of Pegasus, the man whose dreams lifted him skyward, and whose ambition sent him spiralling back to earth. Among the pantheon of Greek heroes, Bellerophon stands not only as one of the most accomplished, but as one of the most deeply human. His victories were breathtaking, his mistakes familiar. He reminds us that power, no matter how extraordinary, is always accompanied by the fragile threads of choice, humility, and destiny. Greek mythology is crowded with heroes, strong ones, clever ones, fast ones, tragic ones, and a few who are frankly so overpowered that even the gods occasionally raised an eyebrow. But woven through all their stories is a quiet, persistent message. Power is never simple. It dazzles, it elevates, it inspires, and it complicates. The ancient Greeks understood power as a force that could bless or curse, uplift or destroy, depending entirely on how a person carried it. In this final chapter, we drift through the lessons the Greeks embedded in their most extraordinary heroes. Not in sudden revelations or grand proclamations, but in small, steady truths resting beneath their adventures. If we look back at the heroes we've explored, one pattern stands out almost immediately. Every gift came with a burden. Heracles possessed strength unmatched by any mortal, yet his entire life was shaped by suffering. Achilles had speed, skill, and near invincibility, but his rage consumed him, and his destiny cut short his brilliance. Theseus wielded intelligence and civic influence, but his political decisions cost him both family and legacy. Perseus carried divine tools that seemed practically unfair, yet destiny waited patiently for its moment to strike. Atalanta ran faster than any man, but her excellence clashed constantly with a society that didn't know what to do with her. Orpheus could charm the cosmos, yet could not heal his own heart. Jason gathered greatness, but could not keep it. Bellerophon flew, but flew too high. To the Greeks, these contradictions weren't flaws in the stories. They were the stories. A hero's power meant little without the shadow that accompanied it, and the shadow, more often than not, was hubris, a word the Greeks used with the same familiarity modern people use mistake, though hubris was far more serious. It meant forgetting your place in the cosmic hierarchy. It meant letting power slip from the hands of humility into the grip of pride. The ancient Greeks believed that mortals, no matter how extraordinary, must remain aware of their human limits. The gods could bless heroes, guide them, help them, or occasionally tolerate them, but they would not allow them to transcend mortality. Heroes who forgot this often found themselves, quite literally, falling from great heights. Bellerophon's fall is perhaps the clearest example. His victories were astonishing, his abilities awe-inspiring, but the moment he attempted to ride Pegasus upward toward Olympus, he crossed a line the Greeks considered sacred. Mortals were meant to walk on earth, not ascend to heaven. And yet, in Bellerophon's story, there is a gentle sadness. His ambition was not malicious. It was born from the feeling of success, from the intoxicating sense that even the sky should not be beyond him. The Greeks understood that feeling well. It was human, but they also believed that such ambition, unchecked, unquestioned, led inevitably to tragedy. Hubris lurks in other stories too. Achilles, though undeniably brilliant, allows his pride to overpower his reason. His withdrawal from battle plunges the entire Greek army into crisis. When Patroclus dies, Achilles' grief transforms into a fury so overwhelming that it scorches friend and foe alike. His rage makes him nearly unstoppable, yes, but it also blinds him. Even his victory over Hector becomes hollow. Theseus, though clever and admired, forgets to change the sails on his ship. A small moment, yet devastating in its consequences. His carelessness leads to the death of his father and marks the beginning of his decline as a ruler. Jason, propelled by ambition, accepts Medea's aid to claim the Golden Fleece, then abandons her for political gain, an act that unleashes a tragedy from which he never recovers. In each case, the hero's downfall is not caused by a monster or god, but by a quiet lapse, a small crack in judgment. This was one of the Greeks' most consistent lessons. The greatest danger for an overpowered hero was not the strength of their enemies, but the weakness within themselves. Yet despite these shadows, the Greeks did not portray power as something to fear. They admired it deeply. They celebrated the hero who exceeded human limits, who embodied excellence, who achieved what others could not. But they admired power most when it was paired with awareness, the understanding that strength was a gift, not an entitlement. In many myths, the gods reward humility. Perseus, respectful and cooperative, receives guidance from Hermes and Athena. He listens, learns, and shows gratitude. Because he never tries to elevate himself above his station, the gods continue to support him. Atalanta, for all her independence, remains devoted to Artemis and never seeks power for its own sake. Even Heracles, whose life is marked by extremes, eventually achieves his final reward, not because he was strong, but because he endured. Endurance, in Greek thought, was a virtue equal to greatness. A hero did not become admirable simply by winning battles or performing miracles. A hero was admirable because they bore suffering with dignity, accepted guidance when needed, and continued forward despite hardships. This is why Heracles, after a lifetime of torment, ascends to the gods. His strength impressed people. His perseverance impressed the gods. In the same way, Orpheus's journey to the underworld is defined less by his musical power and more by the love that motivated him. His failure is human, heartbreaking, and gentle. The Greeks saw beauty in the attempt, even though it ended in sorrow. His story teaches that even the greatest gifts cannot shield us from loss, nor should they. Mortality is what makes heroism meaningful. But perhaps the most important lesson the Greeks wove into myths of overpowered heroes was this: power without purpose is empty. Every hero we've examined was shaped not merely by their abilities, but by the meaning behind them. Heracles used his strength to complete labours that purified him. Achilles used his skill to defend his people and secure eternal glory. Theseus used his cleverness to bring unity to Athens. Perseus used divine tools to free his mother and found a great city. Atalanta used her speed to prove her worth in a world that doubted her. Orpheus used his music to search for love in the depths of death. Jason used his leadership to unite Greece's finest in a shared quest. Bellerophon used Pegasus to overcome threats that no mortal army could face. None of them possessed power for its own sake. Their abilities were tied to stories, to transformations, to lessons. Even their downfalls taught something: that the brightest heroes cast the longest shadows, and that greatness often comes with a cost. If you gather all these tales into a single quiet thought, it is this: the Greeks saw heroism not as perfection, but as motion. A hero moved forward toward destiny, toward danger, toward love, toward fate, armed with whatever gifts they had. And along the way they revealed truths about ambition, pride, humility, loss, endurance, and the fragile beauty of the mortal world. In the end, what makes these heroes overpowered is not that they could defeat monsters, outrun men, charm gods, or fly. It is that they lived at the very edge of what it meant to be human. Bright, flawed, determined, and unforgettable. Their stories endure because they remind us that strength and vulnerability exist together, that glory and danger are intertwined, and that every gift comes with its shadow. And now, as the tales settle gently around you, you feel the quiet understanding the Greeks wanted their listeners to carry. that power, in all its forms, is not measured merely by what a person can do, but by what they choose to do with it. Ares. The very name seems to clang like bronze against bronze, doesn't it? Sharp, hard, a little unfriendly. It carries with it the weight of ancient battlefields, the cries of warriors, and the smoke that rises from ruined cities. Tonight, however, you won't be wielding a spear or donning a shield. Instead, we'll let the story of Ares, the god of war, roll out quietly, slowly, like a story told beside a low fire. For although Ares is perhaps the most turbulent of the Olympians, his history, his myths, and his character can lull us in their steady rhythm, provided we take the time to walk through them carefully, one step at a time. Let us begin at the beginning. Ares was, according to most traditions, the son of two rather formidable parents, Zeus, king of the gods, and Hera, his ever-watchful, ever-suspicious queen. Now, when you think of this family arrangement, you might imagine a rather cheerful divine household, but Greek mythology seldom offers us such comforts. In fact, the family dynamics of Olympus make the most dramatic soap opera look positively tame. Zeus, of course, was known for straying, and Hera was known for never letting him forget it. Into this environment was born Ares, the embodiment of war in its raw, untempered form. It's worth pausing here to consider why the Greeks felt the need for a god like Ares at all. After all, they already had Athena, goddess of wisdom and of strategic warfare. Athena represented the cleverness of war, the ability to plan and think one's way to victory. But Athena's brand of war was controlled, dignified even, with spears thrust at the right moment, walls built to defend cities, and soldiers marching in well-ordered lines. Ares, by contrast, embodied the storm itself, the chaotic clash, the fury, the blood, and the panic. The Greeks often viewed him with suspicion, even distaste. He was not a god who protected civilization so much as one who threatened to unravel it. This is quite telling about Greek society. Ancient Greece was a collection of city-states that often fought one another. War was as natural to their world as olive groves and marble quarries, but it wasn't necessarily admired in its rawest form. A hoplite line, disciplined and coordinated, was the stuff of civic pride. But unrestrained violence, the kind that Ares represented, was seen as destructive, almost shameful. It is little wonder, then, that Ares never became as beloved as some of the other Olympians. Still, being the child of Zeus and Hera ensured that he had a prominent place in myth. Homer's Iliad, our earliest surviving epic of Greek warfare, paints him in no uncertain terms. At one point, Zeus himself calls Ares the most hateful to me of all the gods who dwell in Olympus, which is rather harsh, considering Zeus was speaking about his own son. One imagines the awkward family dinners that must have followed. Perhaps this is where we can smile gently at the irony of a god of war, despised even by his father, tolerated but not celebrated. It is rather like having an eccentric uncle who always turns up at weddings only to start quarrels with the band. But back to his birth. Ares was, like his siblings, immortal and powerful, and from the moment of his arrival he was destined to personify battle. Myths often describe him as physically imposing, clad in shining armour, with a shield that glowed and a spear that gleamed. He wasn't a trickster, nor was he subtle. His was the blunt presence of violence, crashing through the din of war like a great hammer. And though the Greeks did not revere him in the same way they did Athena or Apollo, they could not ignore him. The region of Thrace, in the northeastern corner of the Greek world, seemed to take more kindly to Ares. Thrace was thought of by many Greeks as a rather wild place, full of fierce warriors and rugged landscapes. Unsurprisingly, they associated this land with Ares, making it something of his unofficial homeland. Later poets and writers would call Thracians the people of Ares, hinting at the idea that while polite Athenian society may have frowned at him, there were always communities where the raw power of war was not just tolerated, but honoured. Now, it is interesting to think about the duality of Ares' reputation. On the one hand, he represented bloodshed, cruelty, and terror, things no civilized city wanted to claim as their own. On the other, he was still a god, and the Greeks believed that gods, whether pleasant or unpleasant, demanded respect. War might be loathed, but it was also inevitable. To honour Ares was to acknowledge a simple truth. Battles would come, and someone needed to preside over them. This gave rise to a certain ambivalence in how he was worshipped. There were temples to Ares, yes, though far fewer than to other Olympians. The Athenians, in fact, name one of their central hills after him, the Areopagus, the hill of Ares, where, rather ironically, their high court convened. One might smile at the thought of justice being dispensed on a hill named for the god of war. Perhaps this was intentional, a reminder that even law courts exist partly to prevent society from descending into chaos. In myth, Ares rarely shines alone. He is usually accompanied by personifications of the dreadful things that haunt the battlefield. Deimos, meaning terror, and Phobos, meaning fear. These were sometimes imagined as his sons, sometimes as his companions, but always as his inseparable shadows. When Ares went into battle, terror and fear marched with him. The psychological truth here is almost too neat. Every soldier on a battlefield, whether Greek, Trojan, or anyone else, has known that fear and terror walk beside them. We also find Ares in stories that highlight his relationship with his fellow Olympians. He was never the favourite. Athena, his half-sister, often opposed him. If Ares represented reckless violence, Athena represented measured, intelligent defence. In many tales, she outwits him or defeats him, which reflects something very Greek, the belief that reason should triumph over fury. The Athenians, not coincidentally, valued their patron goddess very highly. And while Sparta, with its militaristic culture, may have paid Ares a bit more respect, even they put far more emphasis on discipline, endurance and control than on raw bloodlust. There is one tale that shows Ares' less dignified side. In Homer's Iliad, Ares throws himself into the fighting on the Trojan side, only to be struck down by the mortal hero Diomedes with a little help from Athena. Imagine that. The god of war himself squealing as he is speared by a human being. He rushes off to Olympus to complain to Zeus, who, never missing a chance to criticise him, tells him to stop whining. There is something almost comic here, is there not? The supposedly fearsome god of war, limping home like a sulky schoolboy, while his father shakes his head in disapproval. It shows us how Greek poets never entirely respected Ares, even as they acknowledged his importance. And yet, however much the poets mocked him, war was always near. Greece was never united under a single ruler in the classical age. Instead, it was a patchwork of city-states, each jealous of its independence, and each more than willing to march against its neighbour. Every hoplite shield carried the emblem of a city, every spear the pride of a community. And every time those lines clashed on the plains, the Greeks could imagine Ares striding among them, his armour shining, his sons, fear and terror, cackling at his heels. There is another, more symbolic way to think of Ares' birth. If Zeus represents authority and Hera represents domestic order, then perhaps Ares is what happens when authority and order are twisted by anger. He is the shadow of their union, the necessary consequence of power misused. The Greeks might not have written it in those exact terms, but the myths seem to hint at such deeper meanings. As we move forward in his story, we'll see that Ares is rarely the star. Unlike Athena, who has a hand in founding cities, or Apollo, who inspires oracles, Ares has no noble projects. His birth sets him apart as a god of presence rather than accomplishment. He doesn't build, he doesn't advise, he doesn't teach. He simply arrives when the swords are drawn and the shields ring out. He is the god who shows up when the world loses control. But in a way, isn't that precisely why his story matters? For as much as humans may prefer to honour wisdom and beauty, life is never without conflict. To personify war as Ares was to admit its inevitability, and perhaps, in some distant way, to try to make peace with it. Better to have a god you dislike but respect, than to pretend that war will never come knocking at your gates. So, the birth of Ares is more than a tale of divine parentage. It is a reflection of human experience, ancient and modern. We dislike war, we fear it, but we cannot quite look away from it. The Greeks, with their characteristic honesty, created a god to embody that paradox. And though he was unwelcome at Olympus's feasts, he still stood among them, a reminder that violence is never very far from human life. Ares, now firmly seated among the Olympian deities, was not the sort of god to sit quietly in the background. No, his presence was always felt, often thunderously, though not always to the admiration of his fellow immortals. In this chapter, we will consider Ares in relation to the rest of the Greek pantheon, and particularly the striking contrast between himself and Athena. For it is in comparison with others that Ares' peculiar role becomes clearest. The Greeks were nothing if not fond of opposites. They thrived on balance, on harmony created through tension, and their gods reflect this duality again and again. The sun has Apollo, the moon has Artemis. Love has Aphrodite, but its absence, or its ruin, has Hades. And when it came to warfare, the Greeks created not one god, but two, each embodying a very different facet of human conflict. Ares represented raw force, passion unchecked, the frenzy that overtakes men when the first spear is thrown. Athena, on the other hand, represented strategy, intelligence, and the calm composure of a general who knows when to advance and when to retreat. It is telling that Athena was loved far more than Ares. The great city of Athens, of course, bore her name. She had temples, festivals, even the Parthenon, one of the most stunning architectural achievements of the ancient world, dedicated to her glory. By contrast, Ares had only a scattering of shrines here and there. If you wanted to pray for success in battle, you might offer sacrifices to both. But one suspects the Greeks felt rather more comfortable whispering a prayer to Athena than to Ares. After all, one goddess might help you return home safely. The other might simply delight in the fight itself, caring little for whether you lived or died. This difference in attitude is reflected beautifully in the Homeric epics. In the Iliad, Athena strides across the battlefield with poise, rallying heroes, guiding arrows, and lending courage at the right moments. Ares, by contrast, rushes headlong into the fray, often suffering humiliations at the hands of both gods and mortals. There is a rather famous passage where Athena tricks Ares by disguising herself, luring him into harm's way, and another, more amusing still, where the mortal Diomedes actually wounds Ares with a spear, sending him howling off to Zeus like a child who has stubbed his toe. One can almost hear Zeus muttering under his breath, Really, Ares, must you? The episode is less about heroics than it is about demonstrating the difference between reckless force and disciplined control. The Greeks seem almost to have used Ares as a cautionary tale. Yes, they acknowledged the reality of bloodlust, of battle frenzy, of the madness that can seize men when the clash of bronze fills the air. But they warned against it too. They preferred to idealize warfare as something noble, ordered, and intelligent. It was not that they denied war's ugliness, far from it, but they wanted their children, their citizens, their warriors, to aspire to be like Athena, not Ares. In this sense, Ares was necessary precisely because he showed what not to be. Now, among his divine peers, Ares did not enjoy great respect. Hera, his mother, seems to have tolerated him, but with little warmth. Zeus, his father, openly scorned him. Poseidon, who ruled the seas, considered himself the master of storms and tempests, and likely thought Ares rather redundant. Even Apollo with his golden bow was seen as nobler, for his arrows struck from afar with elegance, not with the bloodied mess of sword and spear. Yet Ares was not without allies. Chief among them was Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. An unlikely pairing, perhaps, yet the myths insist upon it. Ares and Aphrodite were lovers, their passion a reminder that war and love are more closely linked than one might suppose. Both are forces that overwhelm rational thought, that seize the heart and body in sudden ecstasy or fury. Together, they produced children, Phobos and Deimos, the personifications of fear and terror. Harmonia, ironically named Harmony, who would later marry the Theban hero Cadmus, and the Amazons, the legendary tribe of warrior women. In these offspring, we see the dual legacy of Ares, not merely destruction, but also the possibility of something new arising from chaos. But the affair with Aphrodite also brought Ares more than a little embarrassment. Hephaestus, Aphrodite's husband, once caught the pair in flagrante delicto, as it were, and trapped them in a net of bronze. The story, recounted in Homer's Odyssey, tells of how the other gods gathered to laugh at the lovers' predicament. Poor Ares, the mighty god of war, reduced to an object of ridicule, wriggling helplessly in a golden mesh. It is the sort of tale the Greeks relished, for they loved nothing more than to see hubris humbled. Even gods, perhaps especially gods, were not safe from mockery. Now, from a cultural perspective, these stories tell us much about how the Greeks saw war. On the one hand, they could not deny its reality. Every polis had its army. Every young man was expected to train with spear and shield. Every citizen knew that tomorrow might bring conflict with a neighbour. And yet, they never fully embraced war as a source of pride. Unlike the Romans, who elevated Mars to one of their chief gods, the Greeks kept Ares at arm's length. They honoured him because they had to, not because they loved him. It is fascinating to consider this ambivalence in light of Greek art and archaeology. Statues of Ares are comparatively rare. When he is depicted, he often appears as a mature, bearded warrior, armed and armoured, but seldom with the grandeur of Zeus or the elegance of Apollo. Vase paintings sometimes show him in scenes of combat, but again, he is not always centre stage. Athena appears far more frequently in art, especially in contexts of civic pride, such as on coins and shields. This visual record supports the literary one. Ares was acknowledged, but rarely celebrated. And yet, the Greeks did not ignore him altogether. They even named a hill after him, the Areopagus in Athens. This rocky outcrop, not far from the Acropolis, became the site of the city's high court. One might think it odd to associate law and justice with the god of war, but perhaps the Athenians saw a symbolic truth here. Laws exist, after all, to prevent society from descending into violence. To hold court on the hill of Ares was to remind the people that without order, war is always waiting at the door. We must also consider Ares' connection to Thrace. To the Greeks, Thrace was a wild, untamed land to the north, full of fierce warriors, rugged mountains, and dense forests. They thought of it as Ares' homeland, a fitting place for a god who embodied raw power. This geographical association reinforced the idea that Ares was not a polished, urbane deity of the city, but a figure of the frontier, the borderlands, the edge of civilization. Where Athena was the goddess of the polis, the city-state, Ares was the god of the battlefield beyond the walls. And here we touch on something essential. Ares is not just about war itself, but about what lies outside the ordered life of the city. He represents chaos, danger, the unpredictable. The Greeks valued their city walls, their laws, their assemblies. All these things kept chaos at bay. But beyond those walls lay the open field, where shields clashed and horses screamed. Ares was the god who strode there. His presence was a reminder that civilization, however proud, rests on fragile ground. Now, if all this makes Ares sound rather unpleasant, it is worth remembering that the Greeks never conceived of their gods as purely good or evil. They were forces, embodiments of aspects of life. Ares might not have been lovable, but he was necessary. He reminded mortals of their own capacities for violence. He stood as a symbol of the ever-present shadow that follows human ambition. To honour him was not to admire him, but to acknowledge a truth that could not be denied. And so, in the grand family of Olympus, Ares played his part. Unwelcome at feasts, ridiculed in myths, often scorned by his father, yet never erased, never forgotten. He was the god you might wish to avoid inviting to dinner, but whom you still had to respect, because you knew that one day, on the field outside your city walls, you might meet him face to face. It is a strange paradox, isn't it, that the god of war, so essential to human existence, was also the least beloved. But perhaps that is precisely the point. War, like Ares, is something we endure, not something we truly celebrate. The Greeks, wise as they were, knew that better than most. For most gods of Olympus, temples rose like white crowns across the Greek landscape. Athena had her Parthenon, resplendent upon the Acropolis. Apollo had Delphi, with its whispering oracle. Poseidon claimed his sea-sprayed sanctuaries at Cape Sunion. But Ares, the god of war himself, that fiery son of Zeus and Hera, well, he was something of an afterthought. His cult was scattered, his temples few, his priests rather less busy than those who served other deities. And this, perhaps, is one of the most curious aspects of his story. Why would a civilization as warlike as the Greeks give such little devotion to their god of war? After all, warfare was a fact of life for them. City-states clashed with one another in endless cycles of rivalry. They faced Persian invasions, internal conflicts, and the constant tension of maintaining fragile alliances. If any society needed a powerful war god to bless their arms, surely it was Greece. And yet, Ares was never elevated to the central role one might expect. One answer lies in the Greek attitude towards war itself. They did not despise war entirely. Indeed, they admired courage, martial skill, and heroic deeds. But they feared the chaos that unrestrained violence could unleash. Ares embodied that chaos, and so he was treated with caution, rather like a dangerous neighbour who must be respected but never encouraged to drop by too often. Better, the Greeks thought, to honour Athena, who represented the order and discipline of battle, than to glorify the bloodlust Ares brought with him. That said, he was not without his sacred places. One of the most famous was, ironically enough, in Athens. There, a rocky outcrop near the Acropolis became known as the Areopagus, literally the Hill of Ares. According to legend, it was here that Ares himself was once tried before a council of gods for the murder of Halirrhothios, the son of Poseidon. The story goes that Halirrhothios had assaulted Ares' daughter, Alcippe. In vengeance, Ares killed him, but was then hauled before a divine court for murder. The gods acquitted him, but the name remained. In later centuries, Athenians made the Areopagus the seat of their highest court of law. Imagine the irony, the hill of the god of war becoming the place where disputes were settled with reason rather than bloodshed. Perhaps the Athenians were making a statement. Justice, not war, would rule the city. Outside Athens, Ares had a stronger presence in Sparta. One can hardly be surprised. The Spartans, whose entire society revolved around military training and discipline, naturally had room in their pantheon for the god of war. Yet even here, Ares was not the star of the show. The Spartans revered their ancestral lawgiver Lycurgus, they honoured Artemis Orthia, and they gave due respect to Apollo. Ares was included, yes, but his cult was marked by rituals that reflected more fear than love. Some sources tell us that young Spartans would make sacrifices to Ares before battle by offering puppies, an unusual ritual, and one that suggests a certain grim practicality rather than affectionate reverence. In Thrace, however, Ares found a warmer welcome. The Thracians were renowned for their ferocity in battle, and Greek writers often describe them as children of Ares. Here, he was not a despised figure, but a proud symbol of warrior culture. Archaeological evidence suggests shrines and symbols dedicated to him, and in literature Thrace is repeatedly linked with his name. One might say that while polite Greek society regarded him with unease, the rougher, more warlike tribes of the northern frontier embraced him wholeheartedly. Archaeology gives us only glimpses of his worship. A temple to Ares did stand in Athens, though interestingly it was not built in the city originally. The Athenians, in their usual inventive way, transported a temple from the small town of Pellene into their agora, dedicating it to Ares there. This relocation seems symbolic of the god's shifting place in Greek culture, brought into the civic heart, yet always something of a transplant, never truly native. We can also find hints of his cult in epigraphic evidence, inscriptions mentioning sacrifices, prayers and dedications. Soldiers, unsurprisingly, sometimes invoked his name before marching to war. They might promise offerings in return for victory, or dedicate spoils of battle to him after their return. But even in these cases, Ares often shared credit with Athena or Zeus. Rarely was he honoured alone. It seems the Greeks simply didn't trust him enough to leave their fate entirely in his hands. Another telling point is the absence of grand festivals in his name. Whereas Dionysus had the raucous Dionysia, and Demeter the solemn Eleusinian mysteries, Ares seems to have had no equivalent. His worship was quieter, more fragmented. Sacrifices were made, to be sure, but without the pomp and splendour reserved for gods who inspired love or joy. In this, Ares stands apart as a figure of necessity, respected because he had to be, but never celebrated with enthusiasm. It is tempting to see in this a reflection of human psychology. We do not hold parades for our fears, though we acknowledge them. We do not throw festivals for death, though we accept its inevitability. In the same way, the Greeks did not glorify Ares with lavish ceremonies. They paid him the respect due, but kept him at arm's length, lest too much honour invite his darker side into their lives. There is one ritual, however, that stands out. Some accounts suggest that in Sparta, Ares was worshipped as Enyalios, a war spirit or aspect of the odd. Here, he was bound with chains within his temple. The symbolism is striking. The Spartans revered war, but they also sought to control it, to keep it restrained within boundaries. To chain Ares was to acknowledge his power, but also to remind themselves that war must be contained within discipline. Imagine the god of war himself, shackled in his own sanctuary. What an image of ambivalence that is. Respect him, yes, but never let him run free. When we think of Greek religion, it is easy to imagine grand temples filled with worshippers, sacrifices made under open skies, hymns sung in honour of the gods. For Ares, the reality was far less splendid. His worship was always tinged with unease, his temples fewer, his priests quieter. Yet this, perhaps, is what makes him fascinating. He was the necessary god, the god you couldn't love but couldn't ignore. His shrines stood as reminders that while men might dream of peace, they must always prepare for war. And so, while Athena's Parthenon dazzled with marble columns and gold, and while Apollo's sanctuary at Delphi echoed with the voice of prophecy, Ares' places of worship remained modest, even austere. But perhaps that suited him. Ares did not need grandeur. He needed only the clash of bronze, the cries of soldiers, the pounding of hooves on the plain. His temple was the battlefield, his festival the war itself. And yet, the fact that the Greeks still built shrines at all tells us something. No matter how much they mistrusted him, they knew better than to exclude him altogether. To live in ancient Greece was to live under the shadow of conflict. And where there is conflict, there is Ares, waiting quietly at the edge of the city, patient, inevitable, and always ready to be called upon. Love and war, two forces that seem opposed, and yet, in the myths of Greece, they lie side by side like quarrelling siblings. If ever there was a pairing that raised an eyebrow among the Olympians, it was the secret affair between Ares, the hot-tempered god of battle, and Aphrodite, the radiant goddess of love and beauty. At first glance, it seems absurd. One drenched in the blood of the battlefield, the other wrapped in rose petals and perfumed breezes. Yet, perhaps it makes a strange sort of sense. For love and war alike sweep mortals off their feet, overwhelm their senses, and drive them to do things they never thought themselves capable of. The tale begins, as so many Greek stories do, with a marriage that was less than blissful. Aphrodite, though desired by gods and mortals alike, was given in marriage to Hephaestus, the smith of Olympus. Hephaestus was clever, steady, and immensely talented, but not especially glamorous. He was also lame, having been cast from Olympus as a child and crippled by the fall. While he forged weapons, palaces, and marvels for the gods, his marriage lacked the spark one might expect for the goddess of love. Into this gap strode Ares, with his flashing eyes and brazen armour, a god far more fitting for passion than the soot-stained smith. The result was predictable enough, an affair as fiery as it was scandalous. The two met in secret, slipping away from Olympus's banquets to share each other's company. In some stories, their trysts were in the house of Hephaestus himself, a rather bold choice of venue, one must admit. They had children together, a brood that embodied both their domains. Phobos, fear, Deimos, terror, Eros, desire, Anteros, love returned, Harmonia, harmony, and the Amazons, a race of fierce warrior women said to be descended from Ares and nurtured by Aphrodite's influence. It is as though love and war, when joined, produced the full range of human passions, from the sweetest harmony to the most terrifying frenzy. But secrets seldom remained secret on Olympus. The sun god Helios, who sees all from his golden chariot, spied the lovers and whispered the truth to Hephaestus. The smith, though mocked for his limp, was not a fool. With all the cunning of his craft, he forged a net of bronze, fine as a spider's web, invisible yet unbreakable. He spread it across his marriage bed, and then, pretending to leave on a journey, he waited. Soon enough, Ares and Aphrodite crept into the room, laughing softly, thinking themselves safe. They embraced, but as they did, the net sprang tight, ensnaring them in an unbreakable trap. The cries of surprise from the lovers rang out, and Hephaestus, hiding nearby, rushed in to expose them. He then called for the other gods to witness the scene. One by one they arrived, crowding into the chamber, and laughter filled the air. Apollo and Hermes, it is said, could hardly contain their amusement. Poseidon, ever the gruff one, urged Hephaestus to let them go, but not before he too smirked at their plight. Only the goddesses, out of modesty, refused to attend. Imagine the mighty god of war and the goddess of love, tangled in bronze mesh, squirming helplessly while their immortal peers chuckled at their expense. It is one of the rare moments when the Olympians resemble a pack of schoolboys snickering at a prank. Now, beneath the humour, lies something rather serious. The Greeks loved to puncture pride, to show that no one, not even gods, could escape humiliation. Ares, often portrayed as brash and unstoppable, here finds himself utterly powerless. Aphrodite, the most desirable of goddesses, becomes an object of ridicule. Even divine beings, the story reminds us, are subject to folly. There is something democratic about this myth. It reassures mortals that their flaws are not unique, that even the mighty stumble. After some persuasion, Hephaestus released the pair. Ares fled to Thrace, his favoured haunt, licking his wounds, while Aphrodite slipped away to Paphos, her sacred city on Cyprus. Their affair, however, did not end. Indeed, the union of Ares and Aphrodite remained a recurring motif in art and literature. Poets loved to dwell on the strange harmony of opposites, the mingling of beauty and destruction, of tenderness and fury. To this day, artists continue to revisit the theme, painting the lovers entwined, contrasting armour with flowing robes, helmets with garlands of flowers. The children of their union are as fascinating as the affair itself. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, were said to ride into battle at their father's side, embodying the panic that seizes warriors. In fact, the two would later lend their names to the moons of Mars, discovered in 1877 by the American astronomer Asaph Hall. How fitting that even in modern astronomy, the legacy of Ares, Mars in Roman dress, carries with it the shadows of fear and dread. Harmonia, by contrast, symbolises the possibility of peace born out of passion, a reminder that love and war are not always destructive but can sometimes resolve into balance. She married Cadmus, founder of Thebes, and their union was one of the few genuinely happy marriages in Greek mythology. Though, being Greek mythology, it eventually ended in tragedy, as all good things seem to do. The Amazons, meanwhile, became one of the most enduring legacies of Ares. These warrior women, fierce and independent, embodied both the ferocity of war and the allure of the exotic. Greek heroes from Heracles to Theseus encountered them, sometimes in battle, sometimes in romance. The Amazons fascinated the Greeks, who admired their courage yet feared their defiance of traditional roles. To call them daughters of Ares and Aphrodite was to admit that when war and love combine, they can produce something utterly extraordinary, both dangerous and irresistible. One might ask why the Greeks told such stories of their gods. Why weave tales of adultery, embarrassment, and scandal? The answer lies in how they understood divinity. The Olympians were not distant, perfect beings. They were mirrors of humanity, exaggerated and immortal, but still prone to the same flaws: jealousy, desire, pride, and folly. By telling stories of Ares and Aphrodite's affair, the Greeks acknowledged the entanglement of love and war in their own lives. Passion leads to conflict, conflict to passion. The two are never as far apart as we would like to think. Indeed, the poets were not blind to the deeper symbolism. Love can lead to quarrels, and quarrels can flare into battles. Conversely, war often gives rise to strange intimacies, bonds forged in the heat of conflict. The marriage bed and the battlefield are both places where humans are stripped of pretense, where emotions run raw, where life itself hangs on a knife's edge. Perhaps that is why Ares and Aphrodite are so often depicted together. They represent the full spectrum of human intensity, from the kiss to the clash, from the embrace to the strike. There is, of course, humour in all this. One cannot help but chuckle at the image of mighty Ares ensnared in a net, squirming like a fish while the other gods snigger. But behind the laughter is a recognition of truth. War and love, for all their grandeur, are absurd at times. They make fools of us, lead us into situations we never intended, and leave us exposed. The Greeks, in their wisdom, chose not to hide this, but to embrace it in story and song. And so, the affair of Ares and Aphrodite became one of the most enduring myths of Olympus. Artists painted them, poets sang of them, philosophers mused upon their meaning. To some, they were a warning against excess passion. To others, they symbolized the eternal dance of opposites. To us today, they remind us that even gods are not immune to the strange, unpredictable entanglements of life. And perhaps, as you drift to sleep, you can take comfort in this thought. If even the god of war and the goddess of love could end up tangled in a bronze net, embarrassed before their peers, then perhaps your own embarrassments are not so terrible after all. The Trojan War, that great epic conflict of Greek memory, has long been the favourite canvas upon which poets painted the deeds of gods and men alike. It is in this sprawling tale, immortalised above all in Homer's Iliad, that Ares makes some of his most colourful appearances. Indeed, if one wished for a case study of how the Greeks understood their god of war, the Trojan battlefield provides it in all its bloody, chaotic, and occasionally rather comic glory. From the outset, the Olympian gods had divided themselves along partisan lines, each taking sides in the quarrel that erupted after Paris of Troy awarded the golden apple of beauty to Aphrodite rather than to Hera or Athena. Aphrodite, pleased with her new devotee, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, wife of Menelaus, king of Sparta. When Helen was spirited away to Troy, Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon called upon the kings of Greece to launch a great expedition. Thus began the war that would last 10 years and echo down the corridors of history. Ares, predictably, supported the Trojans. It was not merely because Aphrodite did so, though that certainly helped, but also because the Trojans were thought to embody a certain martial nobility. They were fierce, horse-taming, and devoted to honour, all qualities that resonated with the god of battle. On the opposite side stood Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, who had long despised Ares for his rashness. The stage was therefore set not only for the clash of Greeks and Trojans, but for the clash of divine temperaments. Brute force against cunning reason, fury against discipline, Ares against Athena. In the Iliad, Ares first emerges not as a silent backer, but as an active participant in the fray. He is no aloof observer. He leaps into the battle, his great voice echoing like 1,000 warriors, his spear flashing like lightning. When he moves, Homer tells us, it is as though entire armies surge with him. The Greeks quail, the Trojans rejoice. It is a stirring image, the god of war himself striding across the plain, scattering mortals like dry leaves before a storm. And yet, for all his grandeur, Ares is not invincible. Indeed, his experiences on the Trojan field serve to remind us of his peculiar vulnerability. He embodies the madness of battle, but he is not its master. In one famous episode, he clashes with Diomedes, a Greek hero favoured by Athena. With the goddess at his side, Diomedes dares even to strike at gods, and when Ares charges, the mortal thrusts his spear, guided by Athena, straight into the war god's side. One can almost hear the intake of breath across the battlefield. A mortal wounding the god of war himself. Ares roars in agony, his cry likened by Homer to the shouts of 9,000 or 10,000 men in battle. The earth shakes, terror grips both sides. And then, rather ignominiously, Ares retreats. He soars up to Olympus, bleeding ichor, the golden blood of the gods, and complains to Zeus, his father. He whines, rather like a sulking child, that Athena has humiliated him, and that mortals have been allowed to wound him unjustly. Zeus, unimpressed, rebukes him, calling him the most hateful of all his children, for ever sowing strife without thought. It is a remarkable moment. The god of war reduced to a chastened son, limping before his father's scolding. One might think such a humiliation would keep Ares from returning to the fight. But no, true to his nature, he charges back in later. His allegiance shifts, too, for Ares is nothing if not changeable. At one point, persuaded by Hera and Athena, he aids the Greeks, only to later swing back toward the Trojans when Aphrodite tugs at his heartstrings. He is a weather vane of divine passion, blown this way and that by his emotions, alliances, and, it must be said, his affections for certain goddesses. The Greeks, of course, delighted in contrasting him with Athena, where she embodies planning, strategy, and measured skill. He is the very embodiment of brute force. In one passage, the two face each other in battle. Athena, calm and deliberate, seizes a great stone and hurls it at him, knocking him senseless. Down he falls, sprawling across the plain, and once again he is forced to retreat in shame. The comparison is unmistakable. Brains over brawn, intellect over fury. The Greeks may have respected war, but they respected strategy even more. Historically, this tension reflects something deeper in Greek culture. The Greeks were a warrior people. City-states often fought among themselves, and armies marched regularly across the Aegean. Yet they never idealized war for its own sake. They valued the hoplite phalanx, a disciplined formation that demanded order, cooperation, and restraint. To them, victory came not from wild charges, but from unity and cunning tactics. Thus, while Ares represented one side of war, the frenzy and bloodlust, Athena represented the other, order, planning, and victory through reason. The myths of the Trojan War highlight this contrast again and again, almost as a cultural lesson in narrative form. Still, Ares' presence in the Iliad is not merely that of a foil. He is also a reminder of the raw, uncontrollable side of conflict. War is not always rational. Once armies meet, chaos erupts. Men forget their training, shields splinter, horses panic, and the tide of battle shifts unpredictably. This chaos is Ares' domain. In that sense, his appearances in the Trojan War are less about his triumphs and more about his essence. He is the sudden rout, the uncontrollable panic, the surge of adrenaline that drives a warrior beyond reason. And let us not forget his companions. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, are often said to ride with him into battle. The Greeks, who knew well the paralysis of fear and the frenzy of panic, personified these as his children. Their presence on the Trojan battlefield serves to remind us that war is not just spears and swords. It is also the battle within the heart. Beyond Homer, later writers embellished Ares' role in the Trojan War. Some said he personally fought alongside Hector, the noble Trojan prince, lending him strength. Others claimed he clashed with Achilles himself, though in Homer's poem Achilles' greatest duel is reserved for Hector. Roman poets too enjoyed portraying Mars, their version of Ares, as a key divine force shaping the war. The story was endlessly retold, each time adapting the god's role to suit the teller's moral. It is worth pausing to reflect on how the Iliad portrays the gods in general. They are not omnipotent beings, but rather exaggerated figures of human passion. They quarrel, they take sides, they meddle. Ares' wounding by Diomedes is not an accident. It is a deliberate statement. Even the god of war can be wounded. Even fury can be checked. For the Greeks, this was not blasphemy but truth. The divine, like the human, is bound by limits. And yet, despite his embarrassments, Ares is never absent for long. His very nature drives him back into the fray. He is impulsive, relentless, and insatiable. The Trojan War thus becomes a kind of theatre in which his qualities, both his power and his folly, are put on display. To the Greeks listening to these tales by firelight, the lesson was clear. War is powerful, yes, but it is also fickle. It destroys without discrimination. It humbles even the mighty. And, in the end, it must be tempered by wisdom, lest it consume all. And so, in the great epic of Troy, Ares struts, roars, bleeds, sulks, returns, and blunders again. He is both terrifying and faintly ridiculous, a paradox that suited the Greeks' understanding of war perfectly. For war, after all, is much the same, awe-inspiring in its scale, yet absurd in its futility. Perhaps that is why Homer, after all the bloodshed and grandeur, does not leave us with Ares triumphant. Instead he leaves us with Hector and Achilles, mortals whose choices shape the fate of Troy. The gods may meddle, but it is men who ultimately bear the cost. Ares may roar, but his cries fade into the background of human tragedy. And in that fading, the Greeks found a measure of perspective. War is not the glory of gods, but the burden of men. When the Romans looked across the sea to Greece and borrowed her gods, they often reshaped them in their own image. The result was a curious mixture. Familiar names translated, myths retold, yet meanings profoundly altered. Ares, that quarrelsome and rather unpopular god among the Greeks, found in Rome a second life under a new name, Mars. And here he was transformed from a brawler into a patriarch, from a figure of mockery into a figure of reverence. To study Mars is to see how cultures sculpt their gods according to their values, and how war itself can be imagined in utterly different ways. The Romans, it must be said, took war very seriously indeed. For them, it was not merely a necessary evil, nor a matter of hot-blooded passion. It was a civic duty, a pathway to glory, and the very engine of the republics, and later the empire's expansion. War was organised, disciplined, and conducted with grim efficiency. Their legions were not mobs of warriors charging in a frenzy. They were machines of conquest drilled into precision. It is little wonder, then, that the Romans could not tolerate a war god who behaved like Ares, impulsive, chaotic, and frequently humiliated. They required something steadier, nobler, and so Mars was born. In Roman religion, Mars was not merely the god of war. He was also a guardian of agriculture, fertility, and the very health of the state. At first, he may even have been primarily a fertility god, associated with springtime, planting, and the cycles of growth. His festivals, such as the Equirria, were tied to both agriculture and the training of horses for battle. Only later, as Rome became more militarized, did his martial aspect eclipse the rest. Still, the dual nature remained. Mars was both destroyer and protector, both the one who wages war and the one who ensures the fields are fertile to sustain it. Consider the contrast. Ares was despised by most Greeks. Even Zeus called him the most hateful of gods. But Mars stood among the highest of Roman deities, second only perhaps to Jupiter. He was father of the Roman people, literally so in their myths, for Mars was said to be the sire of Romulus and Remus, the twin founders of Rome. This genealogy alone placed him at the very heart of Roman identity. When a Roman soldier marched under the standard of his legion, he did not merely serve the state, he marched beneath the gaze of his divine ancestor. One can almost imagine how much more pride this lent to their discipline. The worship of Mars was woven into Roman life with a degree of seriousness Ares never enjoyed. His temples were among the grandest in Rome. The Campus Martius, the field of Mars, was a great plain where citizens gathered for military exercises, assemblies, and even elections. To this day, the name survives in the geography of the city. Processions of soldiers would dedicate their spoils to Mars, and before campaigns, generals offered sacrifices to secure his favour. The red of the Roman soldier's cloak and plume was itself a colour sacred to Mars, echoing the blood of battle. Unlike the Greeks, who chuckled at Ares' tantrums, the Romans invoked Mars with solemnity. It is tempting to say that Mars was simply Ares with a new coat of paint, but that would be unfair. The two, while sharing certain myths, represent profoundly different ideas of war. For the Greeks, war was at best a necessary disruption, something that interrupted the more desirable pursuits of peace, trade, and art. Ares, embodying its chaos, was therefore viewed with suspicion. For the Romans, war was central to identity. It was the forge upon which their empire was built. Thus, their war god had to be central too. Not a nuisance, but a cornerstone. Roman poets often reflected this reverence. In Virgil's Aeneid, Mars is invoked with dignity, standing as a divine presence who lends his strength to Rome's destiny. Compare this with Homer, who portrays Ares as bawling to Zeus like a wounded child. The difference is telling. One god is a laughingstock, the other a national father. Even Roman festivals revealed a seriousness. The Armillastrium, held in October, was a purification ritual in which weapons were cleansed and stored at the end of the campaigning season, with prayers to Mars for protection. The Equirria, as mentioned, featured horse races in his honour, reminding citizens of his dual role as both agricultural guardian and martial deity. Every March, the month named after him, was dedicated to military campaigns. Imagine beginning each year with the reminder that Mars watched over you, urging discipline, conquest, and order. Archaeology too bears witness to Mars's prestige. Shrines, inscriptions, and dedications to him appear throughout the Roman world, from Britain to North Africa, Spain to Syria. Soldiers carried small statuettes of Mars as protective charms. He was not confined to Olympus-like myth, but walked with the legionary into every camp. When one studies Roman forts excavated in Germany or Britain, one often finds altars to Mars at their centre. He was as much a comrade in arms as a deity. One of the most striking differences between Ares and Mars lies in their relationship with other gods. Ares, as we saw, was regularly humiliated by Athena, bested by mortals, and scolded by his father. Mars, however, had no such rivals. He was paired rather with Bellona, a goddess of war who embodied the more frenzied aspect of battle. Together they balanced the discipline of the Roman legion with the fury of combat. He was also linked to Venus, Rome's version of Aphrodite, through their shared offspring, for Mars was said to be the lover of Venus in Roman myth, just as Ares was of Aphrodite in Greece. But while the Greek version often emphasized comedy and embarrassment, the Roman version framed the union as dignified, even fruitful. Venus and Mars together symbolized the balance of love and war, producing harmony rather than scandal. The Roman appropriation of Ares into Mars also had long-lasting cultural consequences. To this day, the planet Mars bears his name, its red surface evoking the god's bloody associations. The month of March, when armies once set out for campaign, still honours him. Even in English, martial stems from Mars, reminding us that military discipline is his legacy. By contrast, Ares has lent far fewer words to our language. The Romans, it seems, knew how to cement their god in posterity. It is worth pausing here to admire the subtle genius of Roman religion. By reshaping Ares into Mars, they took a chaotic, unpopular god and turned him into an anchor of their society. They did not reject him. They refined him, aligning him with their values of discipline, fertility, and destiny. Religion, after all, is always a mirror. The Greeks, valuing balance and wisdom, portrayed war as a nuisance. The Romans, prizing conquest and civic duty, portrayed war as sacred. Thus, two cultures, looking at the same god, saw entirely different reflections. Of course, Mars was not immune to humour altogether. The Romans were not incapable of jest, and some plays and poems poked fun at his temper. But the overarching impression remains one of gravity. Mars is no squabbling child, but a divine embodiment of Roman seriousness. And so, when we look at Ares' story through Roman eyes, we see transformation. From a god who stumbled in nets and whined to his father, he became the dignified father of Rome, the god of soldiers, and the patron of empire. His name endured not because he was feared, but because he was revered. And perhaps, as you close your eyes and let these words drift into dreams, you might reflect that even gods can change shape. Ares, once mocked, found redemption as Mars. Perhaps within ourselves too lies that possibility, to transform what is unruly into what is noble, what is chaotic into what is ordered, and what is fleeting into what endures. It is one thing to tell stories of the gods in poetry, and quite another to worship them in the dust and stones of the real world. When we turn from myth to cult, from the Iliad and the Odyssey to temples and sacrifices, we catch a glimpse of how ordinary Greeks thought of their gods. And here, Ares stands in a curious position. For all his thunderous presence in myth, his cult on the ground was surprisingly thin. He was not ignored entirely, far from it, but compared to Zeus, Athena, Apollo, or even Dionysus, Ares received rather meagre attention. This is telling, and it reflects the ambivalence the Greeks felt about war itself. They knew, of course, that war was unavoidable. City-states quarrelled, borders shifted, and battles raged often enough. Yet they did not glorify it the way later cultures might. For the Greeks, war was a disruption of the natural order, a dangerous necessity rather than an unalloyed good. Thus, While they invoked Ares in poetry as the embodiment of bloodshed, they were hesitant to raise temples to him, lest they invite too much of his presence. Still, traces of his cult do appear, scattered across the Greek world. In Sparta, that most martial of city-states, Ares had particular significance. The Spartans, whose very society was organised for war, could hardly ignore him. Archaeological evidence suggests that Ares was honoured in Sparta through sacrifices and perhaps small shrines, though never with the elaborate temples of Athena or Artemis. Some traditions claim the Spartans even chained down a statue of Ares, symbolically binding the god so that he would never abandon their city. It is a wonderfully practical gesture. Even a god in Sparta must be restrained and made to serve the state. In Athens, by contrast, Ares was less warmly embraced. He gave his name to the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, a rocky outcrop near the Acropolis, where the city's council met to deliberate on matters of law and justice. According to myth, this hill was the site where Ares himself was put on trial for the murder of Halirrhoetus, the son of Poseidon, whom he slew for violating his daughter Alcippe. From then on, Athenians associated the hill with trials, particularly for murder. Thus, the Areopagus Council became one of the oldest institutions of Athenian law, tying Ares not to the glory of battle, but to the stern reckoning of justice. Imagine that. The god of war lending his name not to a parade ground, but to a courtroom. It is as if the Athenians, ever fond of irony, chose to domesticate Ares by tethering him to civic order. Elsewhere, there are hints of small cults. In Thebes, for example, Ares was linked with the founding of the city. Cadmus, its legendary founder, slew a dragon sacred to Ares, and from its teeth sprang armed warriors who fought one another until only a few remained to populate the land. To atone, Cadmus served Ares for 8 years, after which he married Harmonia, the god's daughter. Thus, Thebes bore a special relationship to Ares, woven into its very origins. Yet even here, the cult does not appear to have flourished grandly. Perhaps the most curious aspect of Ares' worship is how often it was eclipsed by Athena's. Temples to Athena Polias, Athena Parthenos, and Athena Nike towered across Greece, celebrating her as protector of cities, goddess of wisdom, and bringer of victory. War was not ignored, but it was given a face of strategy and order, rather than of brute chaos. This preference speaks volumes. If one wanted divine favour in battle, it was safer to pray to Athena, who might guide one to victory, than to Ares, who might simply hurl one into a frenzy and then abandon the field. Even so, Ares had his epithets, his titles by which worshippers addressed him in hymns. He was called Enolios, the warlike, and sometimes conflated with a separate war spirit of the same name. He was Myiphanos, blood-stained, and Andraphanos, manslaying. Not exactly titles one would put on a cheerful festival invitation. These epithets remind us that Ares was not a comforting god. He was the embodiment of the terror and destruction of war. To call upon him was to acknowledge the darker side of life, a side one could not ignore, but would rather keep at a cautious distance. There is an irony here. Though the Greeks gave Ares relatively little cultic devotion, they were never shy about invoking him in poetry. Homer's epics are full of references to Ares. Tragedians called upon him as a symbol of destruction. Poets used his name as a synonym for battle itself. In language, he was everywhere. In practice, he was at arm's length. It is as though the Greeks, by invoking him constantly in stories, sought to contain him in words rather than temples. Archaeology offers only faint traces of his worship. Statues of Ares exist, but they are fewer compared to other gods. The famous Ares Borghese, a Roman marble copy now in the Louvre, presents him as a handsome, resting warrior, a far cry from the blood-soaked fury of Homer. Such images tell us more about Roman tastes than Greek, yet they remind us that Ares' appearance in art was often softened, reshaped into something more palatable. In Greece itself, depictions of him are rarer, almost as if artists too were wary of dwelling too long on his form. The one grand exception lies, once again, in Rome, where Mars received honours on a scale Ares never did. This contrast makes the Greek reluctance all the more stark. One culture saw war as a duty, another as a disruption. One raised great temples, the other whispered prayers. And yet, the Greeks could not erase him. He lingered in the background, a necessary reminder of war's ugliness. In hymns, he is sometimes invoked not to unleash destruction, but to restrain it. The poet asks Ares to calm his fury, to turn aside from slaughter, and to grant peace. It is a fascinating inversion. Worship not as celebration, but as appeasement. One honours Ares in order to keep him away, much as one might toss a gift to a wolf to prevent it from approaching the sheepfold. There is something rather human in this. We too, in our own age, often deal with uncomfortable truths by containing them, naming them, and giving them symbolic gestures, rather than wholehearted embraces. The Greeks did this with Ares. They could not deny war, so they gave it a god. But they did not let him grow too strong in their temples. If one were to walk through an ancient Greek city, one would see splendid temples to Athena, Apollo, Zeus, Hera, and Artemis. One might see altars to Dionysus, shrines to Hermes, and niches for Hestia. But Ares would be elusive. His presence was known, but not ostentatious. He lurked at the margins, much like war itself, never absent, always a threat, but not something one boasted about. And perhaps that is why, when the Romans looked at Ares, they felt the need to reshape him. They could not tolerate such ambivalence. War was their lifeblood, and their god had to reflect that. The Greeks, by contrast, allowed Ares to remain awkward, ill-loved, and faintly ridiculous. Each approach tells us much about the values of these two great civilizations. As you drift toward rest, it may comfort you to know that even in ancient times, people were uneasy about war. They did not all glorify it, nor did they all sing its praises. Many, like the Athenians binding Ares to a law court, or the Spartans chaining him in place, sought ways to keep its fury in check. Their cults, modest though they were, stand as reminders that even gods could be tamed. Or at least one could try. Ares has always been something of a reluctant celebrity. He was never the most admired among the Olympians, nor the most beloved. Yet, when we turn to art and literature, his presence is surprisingly enduring. It seems that while the Greeks themselves may have tiptoed around him in their religious practice, their poets, sculptors, and later admirers could not resist giving him form. After all, war is a fact of human life, and no society that has ever picked up a spear could quite ignore the figure who embodied it. Let us begin with literature. Homer's Iliad gives us perhaps the most vivid portrayal of Ares in Greek poetry. Here he is called the bane of mortals and the sacker of cities, and in one particularly blunt phrase, the most hateful to me of all gods who hold Olympus, as Zeus himself rather ungenerously puts it. Imagine being so difficult that your own father would announce to the cosmos how much he disliked you. Homer never shied away from showing Ares' chaotic nature. He storms onto the battlefield with cries that send men scattering, yet he also howls like a wounded mortal when struck by Athena or Diomedes. It is difficult not to sense a certain humour in this. The god of war reduced to a complaining child, rushing back to Olympus for mother's comfort. If this were a stage play, it would verge on slapstick. In tragedy, Ares takes on a different shade. The playwrights often invoked him as a grim symbol rather than a character. Aeschylus and Sophocles used his name almost as shorthand for slaughter, as when they speak of Ares who drinks the blood of men. Euripides, ever the critic of human folly, used Ares to underscore the futility of conflict. Rarely does he appear directly. Instead, his name hangs like a cloud over the stage, reminding the audience that behind every quarrel lies the lurking spectre of war. Later poets and philosophers were equally ambivalent. Plato mentions Ares in the Republic as the kind of force society must carefully manage, lest it tip into chaos. Pausanias, the great travel writer of the 2nd century CE, recorded places where Ares was honoured, though always with less grandeur than other gods. To him, Ares was notable chiefly in relation to cities that had reason to link their myths to war, such as Thebes. Even in writing, the god appears always in relation to something else, never fully self-sufficient. When we turn to art, however, something interesting happens. The Greeks, for all their reluctance to worship Ares, often portrayed him in sculpture and vase painting. But here too, the depictions tell us more about cultural attitudes than about divine majesty. On painted pottery, Ares appears as a bearded warrior, usually armed, sometimes striding into battle, at other times reclining almost idly. There is a certain ordinariness about him, as though he were just another warrior rather than a fearsome god. Compare this with images of Athena, who appears regal, armoured and commanding, or Apollo, eternally youthful and radiant. Ares, by contrast, could almost blend into the ranks. By the Hellenistic period, sculptors began to soften his image. He was often depicted as youthful, handsome, and less threatening. The Ares Borghese, a Roman copy of a Greek original, shows him not in the heat of battle, but resting, one arm propped on his shield, helmet perched jauntily on his head. It is less man-slaying terror, and more soldier taking a tea break. One imagines that by this time, artists had grown weary of presenting him as a grim figure, and preferred instead to show him as an attractive youth. Perhaps because beauty sells statues more easily than bloodshed. And then, of course, we reach Rome. For the Romans, Ares was reborn as Mars, and everything changed. The Romans made Mars into a paragon, father of Romulus, ancestor of the Roman people, and patron of the legions. Artistic depictions of Mars were far grander than those of Ares, showing him as a noble, often fully armoured warrior. If Ares was occasionally a figure of ridicule in Greek art, Mars was a source of pride in Roman reliefs, coins and statues. Roman emperors eagerly associated themselves with Mars, using his imagery to project strength and legitimacy. Where Ares was uncertain, Mars was glorious. The symbolism of Ares in later eras continued to evolve. During the Renaissance, when classical themes were revived in painting and sculpture, Ares often appeared as Mars, sometimes entwined with Venus in allegories of love and war. Botticelli's Mars and Venus presents a languid god of war asleep beside the goddess of love, his weapons discarded, while playful satyrs make mischief with his armour. It is a delightful inversion. The all-powerful warrior reduced to a drowsy figure, conquered not by battle but by affection. One imagines the painter chuckling quietly as he worked. In literature of the Enlightenment and beyond, Ares retained his role as a symbol of destruction. Philosophers invoked him to criticize the ravages of war, while poets used his name to conjure images of blood and fire. Yet, curiously, he never became as iconic as other gods in popular imagination. Athena, with her wisdom, and Apollo with his music, were more adaptable. Ares remained stubbornly narrow. He was war, and that was that. And since few people wished to glorify war outright, he tended to linger at the edges of cultural memory. Still, in modern symbolism, Ares persists. Psychologists sometimes use him as an archetype of raw aggression, contrasting him with Athena's strategic intelligence. In literature and film, his name still carries weight. Whenever one wishes to conjure up the essence of battle, the god of war is always waiting. Even in comic books and video games, Ares reappears, sometimes as a villain, sometimes as a complex anti-hero, but always unmistakably tied to conflict. It is worth pausing here to reflect on how art reshapes even the most troubling figures. The Greeks feared and distrusted Ares, yet their artists made him beautiful. The Romans glorified him. Renaissance painters mocked him gently. Modern writers cast him as a symbol of humanity's darker instincts. Across centuries, Ares has been less a fixed god and more a mirror. Each age looks into him and sees its own relationship with war reflected back. If we strip away the myth and the marble, what remains is a simple truth. People have always needed to grapple with the reality of conflict. Ares gave them a face for it, a name they could invoke in verse, paint on a vase, or carve into stone. Whether despised, honoured, or teased, he served as a reminder that war is never far from human life. And so, if you were to wander through a museum today, pausing before a statue of a muscular youth in a helmet, or a vase where a warrior strides forward with shield and spear, you might be looking at Ares, or Mars, or some blend of the two. The lines blur, but the essence remains. That quiet figure in bronze or marble is the echo of battles long past, the embodiment of chaos and courage, fear and fury, all contained in a single god who never quite fit in. Strange, isn't it? How even the most troublesome of gods can become, in time, a work of art. When the Romans encountered the pantheon of the Greeks, they did what they often did best. They borrowed, adapted, and reshaped. The god Ares did not remain Ares for long. Instead, he was absorbed into Roman religion and reborn as Mars. And this transformation is one of the most telling examples of how culture can utterly reinvent a deity. For while the Greeks had regarded Ares with suspicion, sometimes even disdain, the Romans elevated Mars to one of the most important gods of their state. In this shift, we see not just a change of name, but a profound reimagining of what war itself meant to a people. The Greeks had treated Ares as the raw, destructive frenzy of battle. He was passion without discipline, violence without strategy. Athena balanced him, representing intelligence, planning, and the orderly pursuit of victory. But in Rome, there was no such tension. Mars embodied not chaos, but order. War not as a dangerous disruption, but as a sacred duty and a civic foundation. He was the father of Romulus, the mythical founder of Rome, and thus the ancestor of the Roman people themselves. What the Greeks kept at arm's length, the Romans brought into their very identity. This change was not arbitrary. Roman culture, from its earliest days, was steeped in a martial ethos. The very survival of Rome depended on conquest, defence, and expansion. A small settlement on the banks of the Tiber could not become a Mediterranean empire without war, and so war became, for the Romans, not a necessary evil, but a glorious path. Mars reflected this ideal. To honour him was to honour Rome itself. Temples to Mars abounded in Rome. One of the most important was the Temple of Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, built by Augustus in the Forum of Augustus. It commemorated Augustus's promise to avenge the assassination of Julius Caesar, and it tied the god directly to the might and authority of the emperor. Here, Mars was not a reckless fighter, but a dignified patron of Roman justice and vengeance. Standing in the marble colonnades of the temple, one could hardly imagine the whining, wounded figure of Ares limping back to Olympus in Homer's Iliad. Mars was grand, stately, and central to Rome's self-image. Festivals for Mars punctuated the Roman calendar. The month of March, named for him, was filled with ceremonies and rituals in his honour. These included the Equirria, horse races held on the Campus Martius, a field dedicated to the god. There were rites performed by the priests known as the Salii, who danced through the streets in archaic armour, striking shields and chanting hymns to Mars. Far from being avoided, as Ares sometimes was in Greece, Mars was celebrated with pageantry and pride. The Romans even linked Mars to agriculture, an association quite foreign to the Greeks' vision of Ares. Mars was not only a god of war, but also a guardian of fields and fertility. To a Roman farmer-soldier, there was no contradiction. War and agriculture were both essential to survival. One protected the land, the other made it fruitful. Thus, Mars was a god of life as well as death. In his dual nature, he captured the Roman idea of balance. War was not wanton violence, but a means to secure peace and prosperity. In Roman art, Mars was everywhere. Coins bore his image, statues portrayed him in majestic armour, and reliefs showed him standing alongside Venus, symbolising the union of love and war. The pairing of Mars and Venus became especially popular in Roman myth, with their illicit affair standing as both a scandalous tale and a symbolic contrast. Passion and discipline, beauty and strength entangled. Where the Greeks sometimes mocked Ares for this liaison, the Romans seemed to embrace it, perhaps seeing in it the harmony of opposing forces. Yet Mars was not only a god of the battlefield. In Roman literature, he became a figure of divine ancestry. Virgil's Aeneid presents Mars as a vital part of Rome's mythic past, tying him into the destiny of Aeneas and his descendants. In doing so, Virgil gave Rome a divine narrative that glorified its expansion. Unlike the Greeks, who might groan at Ares' interference, Roman poets made Mars a noble, guiding presence. The Roman legions, too, carried Mars with them wherever they marched. Standards, rituals, and invocations to Mars accompanied campaigns across the empire. To fight under the gaze of Mars was to fight not merely for personal glory, but for Rome itself. This was no small shift. Ares had been an uncomfortable reminder of war's brutality. Mars was a banner under which an empire marched. Of course, this transformation had long-term consequences. When Christianity later spread through the Roman world, Mars did not disappear overnight. He was too deeply woven into Rome's cultural fabric. Instead, he lingered as a symbol of martial strength, eventually blending into medieval chivalric ideals. Knights, in their way, carried echoes of Mars, even as they prayed to the Christian god. The medieval conception of the planet Mars as fiery, warlike, and red further preserved his essence, this time in astrology and cosmology. In Renaissance art, Mars appeared frequently, often softened by his pairing with Venus. Artists used the couple as allegories of love and war, passion and restraint. Mars became a subject not of fear, but of curiosity and beauty. Botticelli, Titian, and Rubens all painted Mars in various states of undress, usually distracted or undone by Venus. It was a far cry from the battle-hardened deity of Rome, but it shows how adaptable gods can be. Mars had become a canvas onto which each era painted its own attitudes. Even in the modern world, Mars retains his place. The red planet bears his name, forever associated with conflict and vitality. Nations have used his imagery to symbolize strength and military might. Writers and filmmakers continue to call upon him, sometimes as a villain, sometimes as a metaphor. The very word martial in our language derives from him, a reminder that every time we speak of martial law or martial arts, we are echoing the god of Rome. And so, the story of Ares and Mars is not just about a god, but about the shifting values of cultures. The Greeks, wary of war, gave us Ares, noisy, violent, and faintly absurd. The Romans, proud of their legions, gave us Mars, noble, stately, and central to their identity. Later ages borrowed and reshaped him again, until he became a figure of art, astrology, and allegory. In each incarnation, the god reflects not only war itself, but the way people have chosen to understand war. Perhaps that is the secret of his endurance. War changes with the centuries, and so too does its god. Ares could be feared, Mars could be worshipped, and in our age he can be analysed, critiqued, or even parodied. Yet he never quite disappears. The human need to personify conflict ensures that somewhere, in some form, the god of war always lingers. As you rest, consider this curious truth. One god, two names, and countless masks. Ares, unwanted in Greece, became Mars, beloved in Rome. And through him we glimpse not just mythology, but the very soul of two civilizations. It is a curious thing to follow a god from his uncertain beginnings in Greece, through his Roman transformation, and onward into the afterlife of culture. Few figures have travelled quite so far, or changed quite so dramatically, as Ares. And now, as we draw this tale to a close, we find ourselves asking, what, in the end, is the legacy of the god of war? If one begins in archaic Greece, the answer seems plain enough. Ares was a nuisance, a disruptive presence on Olympus, disliked even by his father Zeus. He was the embodiment of the chaos of war, loud, bloody, and uncontrollable. The Greeks, with their preference for balance and order, could hardly embrace such a figure. Athena, cool-headed and strategic, was their true martial goddess. Ares, by contrast, was tolerated more than celebrated, honoured only cautiously in cults, and invoked in poetry mostly as a warning. If his role was necessary, it was never comfortable. And yet, that very discomfort reveals much about the Greeks themselves. Their ambivalence towards Ares reflected their ambivalence towards war. They recognised it as inevitable, but they did not glorify it. Even the Spartans, those paragons of military discipline, chained his statue to ensure he never left them. A people who loved balance, proportion, and reason could not quite bring themselves to venerate the raw frenzy of battle. Ares, then, is a mirror of Greek anxieties, proof that even in a warrior society, war was seen as a dangerous force, best kept in check. With the Romans, however, the mirror changes. Mars was not a nuisance, but a cornerstone. He was father of Romulus, protector of the legions, and guardian of the fields. The Romans wove him into their very identity, building temples, hosting festivals, and inscribing his name on their calendar. Where the Greeks saw chaos, the Romans saw order. Where the Greeks muttered nervously, the Romans proclaimed proudly. Mars embodied not just war, but the Roman way itself. His legacy is written in stone, in marble, and in the Latin language that still whispers through ours. The contrast is striking, and it speaks to a broader truth. Gods are rarely fixed. They shift as cultures shift. They bend to the needs of those who worship or tolerate them. Ares was remade as Mars because the Romans required a different god. In that transformation, we see how mythology is less about immutable truths than about cultural imagination. It is not the gods who shape the people, but the people who shape their gods. Beyond antiquity, the legacy of Ares and Mars has continued to ripple outward. The Middle Ages inherited Mars not as a deity to worship, but as a symbol of martial virtue, and, in astrology, as the planet of fiery temperament. Renaissance painters found in Mars and Venus a delightful pair for allegory, contrasting love and war in ways both playful and profound. The Enlightenment philosophers invoked Ares to illustrate the futility of violence, while Romantic poets revived him as a brooding figure of human passion. In each age, he was reshaped yet again, tailored to new questions and new fears. In modern psychology, Ares has been contrasted with Athena as a way of exploring different archetypes of conflict, the brute force of aggression versus the cunning of strategy. He appears in literature and film as a reminder of humanity's darker instincts, whether as a villainous force or a complex anti-hero. Even in the world of comic books, Ares has found a home, striding across panels with sword and helmet, a reminder that the god of war never truly goes out of fashion. There is also, of course, the planet Mars. Since antiquity, its red glow has been linked with blood and battle, carrying the legacy of the Roman god into the night sky. Today, as scientists send probes and rovers to its dusty surface, Mars has become less a symbol of war, and more a symbol of exploration and possibility. And yet, the name lingers. Every headline that speaks of missions to Mars echoes the old god, as if to remind us that even in our age of technology, mythology is never quite left behind. So what, then, is the lasting meaning of Ares? Perhaps it lies not in his glory, for he was rarely glorious, nor in his wisdom, for he was rarely wise. Rather, his importance lies in his persistence. He represents the side of human nature we would rather not admit, the raw, unreasoning urge to fight. He is the embodiment of anger, destruction, and violence. And because these things are always with us, Ares remains with us too. The Greeks tried to laugh at him, to diminish him with ridicule. The Romans tried to ennoble him, to raise him into a father of their people. Later ages tried to soften him with allegory, or banish him to the realm of astrology. But none could erase him. For as long as war exists, so too will the god of war. And yet, there is another side to this. For even in the oldest hymns, Ares was sometimes invoked not to unleash destruction, but to restrain it. Poets begged him to calm his fury, to turn away from slaughter, to grant peace instead of carnage. In this, we glimpse a faint hope, that even the god of war might be persuaded to lay down his arms, if only for a while. Perhaps this is the most enduring legacy of all, the recognition that peace too requires acknowledgement of war. To long for peace is to understand what one asks to avoid. And so the Greeks prayed to Ares, not because they wanted him near, but because they hoped he might keep his distance. There is a quiet wisdom in this. We may not admire Ares, but we cannot deny him. He is part of the human condition, as inescapable as conflict itself. To tell his story is not to glorify him, but to recognize the truths he represents. That is why his myths endure, not because people loved him, but because they needed him as a symbol, a reminder, a warning. So here we are, at the end of his story, and perhaps at the beginning of another reflection. Ares, unloved child of Zeus and Hera, mocked by poets, overshadowed by Athena, reshaped as Mars, transformed across centuries. He is the god who could never quite fit in, yet who never quite went away. His legacy is not in temples or hymns, but in the enduring presence of conflict in human life. Wherever there is strife, there is Ares, watching, waiting, whispering. As you close your eyes and let the story settle, imagine him not as the raging figure on the battlefield, but as a distant echo fading into the background. For here, at last, in this quiet hour, he cannot disturb you. His wars belong to another time, his clamour to another world. All that remains is the lesson, that even gods may be unwelcome, and even the most difficult among them can teach us something about ourselves. And so ends the tale of Ares, the entire story from Olympus to Rome to the present day. A god disliked yet remembered, mocked yet invoked, transformed yet enduring. A god who reminds us, whether we wish it or not, of the timeless shadow that war casts upon the human soul. In the beginning, before gods and mortals had settled into their quarrels and arrangements, there was chaos. Not chaos in the messy bedroom sense, though no doubt that existed too, but chaos as the Greeks imagined it. A yawning void, a kind of cosmic soup out of which all things emerged. From this abyss came the earliest primordial beings, Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, and so forth. If you're feeling already a little drowsy, that's quite understandable. After all, the Greeks did have a habit of creating very long family trees for their deities. Entire generations of gods sprang forth before the more familiar Olympians even appeared on the stage. Zeus, father of Athena, belonged to the second or third great wave of divinity, and it is in his reign that our story truly begins. Now, the Greeks did not imagine their gods as distant abstractions, sitting far away in the clouds, doing nothing in particular. No, the gods were rather more human than that. Jealous, impulsive, argumentative, occasionally noble, but more often meddling in the affairs of mortals. Mount Olympus, their supposed residence, was less a place of unearthly serenity and more like the world's first squabbling royal court. Picture it. A grand hall above the clouds, filled with the clink of goblets, the smell of roasted meats, and the rather constant sound of divine bickering. Into this noisy and rather dramatic household of Zeus, we shall soon introduce Athena. But before she makes her spectacular entrance, we must linger a little on her father, for he was a complicated character, both the king of the gods and, to put it politely, something of a philanderer. Zeus had a tendency to fall in love with, or at least into bed with, every goddess, nymph, and occasional mortal woman he encountered. He was, if nothing else, industrious in his affections. This habit frequently led to trouble with his wife Hera, who grew increasingly tired of his wandering eye. But from these divine escapades came many children, and Athena was one of the most remarkable. Now, Zeus's story with Athena begins with a goddess named Metis. Metis was not just any goddess. She was the goddess of wisdom, cunning thought, and wise counsel. She was clever in ways Zeus found both attractive and eventually a little alarming. For according to a prophecy whispered by Gaia and Uranus, the children of Metis were destined to be powerful. The first would be a daughter of great wisdom and strength, but the second, a son, would be so mighty that he might overthrow Zeus himself. And Zeus, who had only recently overthrown his own father, Cronus, was rather sensitive about being toppled from the throne. So, what was a god to do? In Zeus's case, the answer was both absurd and ingenious. He swallowed Metis whole. One moment she was beside him, and the next she was tucked away inside his stomach. The Greeks often told stories like this, wildly improbable, yet somehow resonant. By swallowing Metis, Zeus absorbed her wisdom, and he thought he had cleverly avoided the risk of fathering a dangerous son. But of course, myths have a way of taking unexpected turns. Some time later, Zeus began to suffer from a terrible headache. Not the ordinary kind brought on by too much wine or Hera's sharp words, but something far more severe. The pain grew unbearable until Zeus, mighty king of the gods, was brought low, clutching his head and howling. At this point, the smith god Hephaestus, or in some versions Prometheus, or even Hermes, depending on which storyteller you asked, stepped forward with an axe. Yes, an axe. And with one mighty swing, he split Zeus's head open. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and clad in gleaming armour, brandishing a spear and shield, and letting out a war cry that echoed across heaven and earth. One can imagine the scene. Hera raising an eyebrow, the other god stepping back in astonishment, and Zeus blinking rapidly, relieved that his headache had at least subsided, though somewhat perturbed by the method of its resolution. This extraordinary birth was not merely a fanciful tale. It carried symbolic weight. For the Greeks, Athena was not a goddess of physical passion or maternal nurture, but of intellect, strategy, and clarity. She emerged not from the womb, but from the mind, embodying the very concept of wisdom born from thought. In a culture that prized cleverness and cunning as much as brute force, this origin was deeply significant. Now, it may strike us today as strange to have gods born from foreheads and swallowed mothers, but in the context of ancient Greece, myths were not simply entertainment. They explained the world. They embodied truths in metaphorical form. And in Athena's case, her unusual birth emphasized her uniqueness among the gods. She was quite literally a child of thought. Let us pause for a moment to reflect on what wisdom meant to the ancient Greeks. To them, wisdom was not the accumulation of trivia, nor merely a storehouse of facts. It was the ability to discern the right course of action, to balance cunning with justice, and to guide oneself and others through complexity. Athena represented this ideal. She was the steady hand on the tiller, the calm mind in the storm. Where other gods rushed headlong into trouble, she considered, planned, and chose her moves carefully. In short, she was the embodiment of strategy. But she was not solely about thought and reflection. The armour in which she appeared reminded all that wisdom, to the Greeks, was not divorced from strength. Rather, it guided strength, lending it purpose. A spear thrust without thought was Ares' domain, bloody, chaotic, and uncontrolled. But a spear wielded with calculation, aimed at precisely the right moment, in precisely the right place, that was Athena's art. Athena's birth, then, set the tone for her role in mythology. From the moment she emerged, she was different, independent, formidable, yet balanced by fairness. She was a goddess who could walk the battlefield and the courtroom, the workshop and the temple, all with equal grace. As the Greeks looked up at their star-filled skies, they would tell these tales not merely to amuse, but to anchor themselves in meaning. They believed that wisdom, strategy, and the civilizing arts were gifts of the gods, and they saw in Athena the highest expression of these virtues. Her very existence reminded them that victory was not always won by the strongest arm, but often by the keenest mind. Historically speaking, Athena's story reflects how much the ancient Greeks valued intellect alongside physical prowess. Their city-states thrived not just through military power, but through diplomacy, architecture, and governance. The very act of storytelling, these elaborate myths passed from generation to generation, was itself a kind of wisdom sharing. And so Athena was not only a goddess on Olympus, but also a mirror of the Greek ideal of a balanced, thoughtful life. One mustn't forget, too, the element of humour embedded in these tales. Imagine, if you will, poor Zeus, the mightiest of gods, felled not by an enemy titan or a rebellious hero, but by an excruciating migraine. That the solution required a celestial axe to the skull makes one wonder whether the Greeks when recounting this myth around their fires, chuckled a little at their great god's expense. It would hardly be the first or last time Zeus found himself the butt of a divine joke. In the centuries that followed, poets, sculptors, and playwrights all returned to this dramatic moment of Athena's birth. Temples rose in her honour, plays invoked her name, and philosophers pondered her qualities. But at the heart of it all remained this strange, powerful image, a goddess of wisdom leaping, armed and radiant, from the very head of her father. And so, as we drift gently from this chapter of our tale, we leave Athena standing tall and bright, her armour gleaming, her owl perhaps perched nearby, and the other Olympians still a little stunned at the spectacle. It is the dawn of her story, and already she shines as something different, something necessary, a reminder that in the dance of gods and mortals, wisdom has its rightful place alongside strength. Zeus, as we established in the first chapter, was a god of many appetites and even more anxieties. Though he held the title King of the Gods, he was forever glancing nervously over his shoulder, watching for the next rival who might unseat him. After all, the Greek divine family tree had a rather repetitive pattern. The son rises, the father falls. Uranus was overthrown by Cronus, and Cronus was in turn overthrown by Zeus. If you were in Zeus's sandals, you'd be wondering whether your crown came with a built-in expiration date. And then there was that prophecy. Ah, the Greeks loved a prophecy. If there wasn't a prediction to unsettle things, you could be sure someone would invent one. In this case, the prophecy said that Metis, the goddess of wisdom and cunning thought, would bear children of extraordinary power. First a daughter, wise and strong, and then a son destined to surpass his father. For Zeus, who had only just secured his throne, the prospect was about as welcome as a thunderstorm during a picnic. So he did what any sensible, all-powerful deity would do. He swallowed Metis whole. Yes, rather drastic. And no, he did not chew. The Greeks left us with many images of gods swallowing their offspring, or in this case their lovers. But one must assume the scene looked somewhat undignified. A great king of Olympus, sitting there, gulping down the goddess of wisdom like a particularly inconvenient oyster. But swallowing Metis did not mean the story was over. Far from it. You see, wisdom cannot be so easily contained. Metis, within the cavernous halls of Zeus's stomach, continued to live, continued to think, and most importantly, continued to create. Soon she bore a child within Zeus, one who would make her entrance in a fashion unlike any other. Now, when we say Zeus developed a headache, we must remember that this was not your average, mild inconvenience. No amount of herbal tea or a nap in a darkened room would suffice. This was a god-sized headache. The pain was said to be so fierce that Zeus staggered about, groaning and clutching his brow. The other Olympians, one imagines, must have looked on with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Concern because Zeus's distress was frightening, and curiosity because gods are not usually prone to migraines. The solution came in the form of an axe. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, was summoned. Now, Hephaestus was not one to question a peculiar request. His whole life, after all, was peculiar. Cast from Olympus as a baby for being lame, he had made his way back into divine society through sheer craftsmanship. So when Zeus bellowed for someone to split open his skull, Hephaestus took up his hammer and axe without hesitation. Perhaps he even thought, at last a project with a bit of flair. And so, with one mighty blow, Hephaestus struck Zeus on the head. Out sprang Athena, fully grown, gleaming with divine light, clad in armour, shield in one hand, spear in the other. She did not stumble or cry out. She shouted a war cry so fierce that the heaven shook. The gods gasped, mortals below trembled, and Zeus, relieved of his splitting pain, must have blinked several times in astonishment. What a moment it must have been. Imagine it, the sky cracking open, a goddess born not in infancy, but in perfection, her eyes bright with intelligence, her bearing noble and resolute. She had no childhood, no awkward years of growth, no dependence on parents. She was, from her very first breath, complete. But myths are never just about spectacle. This extraordinary birth had a deeper symbolism. Athena did not emerge from the womb, but from the head, the seat of thought, intellect and vision. This told the Greeks that she was not merely another goddess of the hearth or field, but the embodiment of wisdom itself. Her weapons and armour underscored that wisdom is not passive. It is active, decisive, and at times martial. The Greeks valued this blend of intellect and strength, seeing in Athena the perfect guardian of their ideals. If we compare Athena's arrival with that of other Olympians, the contrast is striking. Dionysus, for example, was born from Zeus's thigh, after a rather complicated and tragic incident involving his mortal mother, Semele. Aphrodite, depending on the version, arose from sea foam, a vision of beauty and allure. Each birth carried meaning, but Athena's was the most startling of all. A dramatic affirmation that wisdom was divine, essential, and inseparable from the very mind of Zeus. Of course, one must also imagine the family dynamics. Hera, Zeus's long-suffering wife, had endured many of her husband's affairs. To now find that a new goddess had popped out of his forehead, fully armoured, must have been exasperating. One wonders if she said something like, "Really, Zeus? Another one?" But Athena was different. She was not a rival in beauty like Aphrodite, nor a threat to Hera's queenly authority. Instead, she became a trusted companion of her father, often siding with him in disputes. In many myths, Zeus favoured her above all his children. From this startling birth, Athena began her journey as a central figure in Greek myth and worship. She was not the goddess of wisdom in the abstract sense, but of practical wisdom, strategy, craftsmanship, justice, and skill. To the Greeks, she represented the best of civilization, the order and knowledge that set them apart from the chaos of barbarism. Historically speaking, we can see why the Greeks would elevate such a figure. Their society valued cleverness, or metis, the very quality embodied by Athena's mother. Odysseus, one of their greatest heroes, was known not for sheer brawn, but for his cunning strategies, and Athena was often portrayed as his divine patron. To survive in a world of shifting alliances, dangerous seas, and hostile neighbours, wisdom was as necessary as strength. Even the way Athena was depicted in art reflected these values. She was often shown wearing a helmet, carrying a spear, and bearing the aegis, a shield adorned with the head of Medusa. The owl, symbol of watchful wisdom, became her sacred creature. Where Aphrodite was shown with flowing hair and seductive charm, Athena stood upright, resolute, her expression calm yet commanding. She was beauty tempered by dignity, power balanced by restraint. The Greeks also associated her birth with the idea of balance between male and female principles. Though she sprang from her father alone, she carried within her the wisdom of her mother, Metis. She represented a union of masculine strength and feminine intelligence, qualities the Greeks saw as essential to harmony. It is worth noting, too, how later cultures interpreted this myth. The Romans adopted Athena as Minerva, goddess of wisdom and crafts. Renaissance thinkers, centuries later, saw her as a symbol of rationality and virtue. To this day, her image adorns libraries, universities, and even coins, a reminder that knowledge and strategy remain timeless virtues. But let us return to that moment of her birth, because it is easy to lose sight of the sheer theatricality of it all. One can imagine the Olympians leaning back in astonishment, perhaps even applauding. Apollo, ever the musician, might have struck a celebratory note on his lyre. Hermes, quick-witted and irreverent, perhaps made a joke at Zeus's expense. Next time, father, try an aspirin. Even the usually dour Hades might have cracked a smile in his shadowy realm below. And there stood Athena, unflinching, radiant, her armour catching the light of Olympus. A goddess unlike any before her. A goddess who would come to shape the fate not only of heroes, but of entire cities. For from the mind of Zeus, the Greeks believed, had come the very essence of wisdom itself, clothed in human form, ready to walk among gods and mortals alike. As you listen, you might imagine the hush that followed her war cry, the calm after the storm, the moment when all of Olympus recognized that something new had entered the world. It was not merely the birth of a goddess, but the birth of an idea. The idea that thought, strategy, and wisdom could stand shoulder to shoulder with strength, courage, and passion. And so we leave this chapter with Athena newly born, standing proud and luminous on Olympus, the daughter of thought itself, her presence already reshaping the divine order. The headache may have been Zeus's, but the blessing was humanity's. For in that moment, wisdom had found her voice. Athena, as we know, came into the world in a manner that was both startling and singular. No childhood, no tender lullabies, no need for careful nurturing. One moment, Zeus was clutching his head in pain, and the next, a goddess of wisdom and war stood before him, radiant and fully grown. It was, one might say, a birth that rather skipped the messy middle. From the very beginning, then, Athena was set apart. And so it is no wonder that her life, too, was different from the pattern of most gods and goddesses. While others concern themselves with love affairs, rivalries, or the complicated business of producing heirs, Athena chose a path of complete independence. She was Athena Parthenos, the Virgin Athena. This title was so central to her identity that the greatest temple ever built in her honour was named for it, the Parthenon, the Temple of the Virgin. Now, when the ancient Greeks called her Virgin, they meant something far more profound than what the word usually suggests in our modern conversations. Virginity, in Athena's case, was not about abstinence alone. It was about self-possession. It meant that she was not defined by marriage, by motherhood, or by any entanglement with another. She was her own being, sovereign and complete, answering to no man, no god, and no mortal. This independence was unusual for a female figure in Greek myth, and it made Athena an object of fascination. The Greeks often contrasted her with other great goddesses. Hera, for instance, was the ever-watchful wife, forever preoccupied with Zeus's affairs and forever cross about them. Demeter was the archetypal mother, whose identity was tied to her beloved daughter, Persephone. Aphrodite was passion embodied, swept this way and that by desire, causing mortals and immortals alike to lose their wits. Against this tapestry of feminine figures, Athena stood alone, serene, untouchable, not distracted by longing or tied down by obligation. It was not that she was cold, far from it. Athena cared deeply for justice, for her city, for the heroes she chose to guide. But her care was measured, her affection deliberate. She did not swoon into the arms of lovers or lash out in jealous rages. Instead, she chose when and how to intervene, like a chess player moving a piece with calm precision. In this way, she represented the very ideal of wisdom, thoughtful, self-contained, and purposeful. Now, one mustn't imagine that this independence went entirely unchallenged. The myths, after all, are full of gods who simply couldn't leave well enough alone. Take Hephaestus, for example. The smith god, brilliant though he was, found himself overcome with desire for Athena. Accounts vary as to how this happened, but one version tells us that Hephaestus, having done Zeus a great service, asked for Athena's hand in marriage as a reward. Zeus, perhaps distracted or perhaps mischievous, said yes. Athena, however, said no, quite firmly in fact, but Hephaestus was not easily deterred. He pursued her, and in the scuffle that followed, Athena remained untouched. But in the struggle, Hephaestus' seed spilled upon the earth. From that seed was born Erichthonius, who would one day become a legendary king of Athens. Athena, ever the rational goddess, did not abandon the child. She raised Erichthonius with care, placing him in a chest and entrusting him to the daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens. But her own virginity remained intact. Even in this most compromising of myths, her independence was preserved. There were other stories too that reinforced this identity. One of the most famous is the tale of Tiresias. He was a mortal who, quite by accident, stumbled upon Athena while she was bathing. Now, this was a grave offence, though entirely unintentional. No mortal was permitted to look upon the virgin goddess unclothed. Athena, unwilling to let such a breach pass, struck him blind, but in her characteristic fairness, she also granted him the gift of prophecy, so that his loss was balanced by a new power. It was a harsh lesson, but also a just one. Athena's virginity was not to be violated, even by chance. Her independence was echoed in the rituals of her worship. In Athens, young maidens known as archephoroi took part in sacred duties for the goddess. These girls, chosen from noble families, would weave the peplos, a great robe offered to Athena during the Panathenea festival. The weaving was symbolic. Young women, not yet married, serving the virgin goddess with the work of their own hands. Their maidenhood reflected her purity. Their craftsmanship reflected her wisdom. In honouring her, they celebrated their own brief season of independence before marriage would claim them. The symbolism of Athena's virginity went beyond the personal. To the Greeks, it carried political weight. Athena, as Parthenos, was the perfect patron of Athens, a city that saw itself as rational, orderly, and self-sufficient. Unlike other cities, which might be devoted to a god of passion or fertility, Athens was devoted to wisdom itself. The Parthenon, gleaming on the Acropolis, stood not just as a religious temple, but as a statement. This city is guided by intellect, by clarity, by a goddess who cannot be swayed. Philosophers took the symbolism further still. For them, Athena's virginity represented the untouched purity of truth. Just as Athena remained unclaimed by any lover, so too was wisdom unclaimed by passion or corruption. Plato and his successors often spoke of truth as something pure, eternal, and untouched by the messiness of human desire. In Athena, they saw this truth embodied in divine form. Artists too found inspiration in her. She was painted and sculpted not as a seductress, but as a warrior maiden, calm and commanding. Her helmet and spear spoke of her martial power, while her serene face spoke of wisdom. The contrast was striking. While Aphrodite was depicted with flowing hair and sensual curves, Athena stood upright, armoured, resolute. She was beauty tempered by dignity, strength balanced by reason. it is worth pausing to reflect on how rare such a figure was in the ancient imagination. In a culture where women were often expected to remain in the domestic sphere, Athena strode across battlefields, guided kings, and settled disputes. She was, in many ways, a contradiction. A female figure embodying qualities the Greeks often coded as masculine, yet doing so without compromising her identity. Her virginity, paradoxically, allowed her to move in the world of men without being bound by it. She was beyond the reach of desire, and therefore beyond the reach of limitation. Of course, this independence sometimes made her seem distant. Mortals could pray to her, could seek her counsel, but they could not imagine embracing her as they might Aphrodite or Demeter. Athena inspired reverence rather than intimacy. She was the goddess you turned to for guidance, not for comfort. Yet in this distance lay her power. She was the calm in the storm, the voice of reason when all others shouted in anger. The Romans, when they adopted her as Minerva, emphasized this quality even more. They saw her as the goddess of intellect, crafts and professions, the patron of scholars, artisans and strategists. In their hands, she became a symbol of civic life, the guiding intelligence of the empire. And when Renaissance thinkers rediscovered her, they embraced her virginity as a mark of her incorruptible nature. To them, she was the personification of reason, standing above the passions that so often led humanity astray. Yet for all this lofty symbolism, the Greeks themselves never forgot the humour in their myths. Imagine the poor Tiresias stumbling onto a bathing goddess and being struck blind for his trouble. Or poor Hephaestus, earnest and determined, yet rejected so firmly that even his attempt at union resulted in a child born of the earth itself. These stories reminded the Greeks that wisdom was not merely solemn, but also untouchable, in ways that could be both awe-inspiring and on occasion a little amusing. So we return to the image of Athena Parthenos, the virgin goddess of wisdom. She stands on the Acropolis, her great statue by Phidias gleaming with gold and ivory, her gaze fixed on eternity. She is not a mother, not a lover, not a wife. She is herself, complete and entire. She embodies the independence of thought, the clarity of vision, the purity of wisdom untainted by passion. And for the Greeks, that was enough. More than enough. For in a world filled with chaos, with gods who argued and mortals who faltered, Athena's virginity was not a lack, but a presence of serenity, of order, of rational strength. She was, and remains, the shining ideal of wisdom, untouchable and eternal. And so, as the night deepens and our tale slows, imagine her now, standing tall in armour, her owl perched nearby, her eyes calm but unyielding. She is Athena Parthenos, the virgin, guardian of wisdom and patron of a city that bore her name, a goddess who belonged to no one because she belonged to herself, and, in her wisdom, to all who sought her guidance. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, did not remain a figure of lofty detachment on Olympus. She was not content simply to stand in her gleaming armour, staring serenely into the distance, like some divine statue come to life. No, she stepped into the stories of mortals, guiding them, advising them, and shaping their destinies. If Zeus was king of the gods, unpredictable and thundering, and Hera was queen, ever watchful and often wrathful, then Athena was something else entirely. A patron, a mentor, the steady hand on the shoulder of the hero. It is one of the defining qualities of Athena that she so often favoured mortals, particularly those whose success depended on more than brute strength. She had a fondness for cleverness, for resilience, for the sort of minds that asked not, "How hard can I strike?" but rather, What is the right strike to make? To the Greeks, this made perfect sense. After all, their greatest tales were not only about brawn, but about cunning. And who better to embody that than Athena? Let us begin with Perseus, one of the earliest and most famous of her protégés. Perseus, poor lad, was set an impossible task: to slay Medusa, the Gorgon, whose very gaze could turn men to stone. Hardly the kind of monster one could face with a bit of bravado and a sharp sword. But Athena, along with Hermes, stepped in to help. She gave Perseus a polished bronze shield, instructing him to use its reflection to look upon Medusa without meeting her eyes directly. It was brilliant, really. A monster whose eyes could petrify? Very well, don't look at her eyes at all. With Athena's clever trick, Perseus crept upon the Gorgon, struck, and carried off her head. This was not merely a tale of monster slaying. It was a lesson in strategy. When brute force will not do, wit and foresight must carry the day. One imagines the Greeks listening to this tale around their hearths, nodding sagely. Yes, they would think, wisdom triumphs where strength alone would fail. And, indeed, Medusa's head itself became part of Athena's arsenal, set upon her shield or aegis, a reminder that terror can be turned into protection when guided by intellect. Athena's guidance was not limited to heroes fighting monsters. She also aided those struggling with the unpredictable twists of life. Consider Heracles, the great strongman of Greek myth. Famous for his immense strength, Heracles might seem an unlikely favourite of Athena. Yet even he, the mightiest of mortals, required her wisdom. During his famous 12 labours, Athena often appeared to offer advice or tools. When he faced the Stymphalian birds, whose razor-sharp feathers rained down like arrows, it was Athena who gave him a rattle to startle them from the trees, making them easy targets. Even Heracles, it turned out, needed strategy alongside strength. And then there was Bellerophon, tasked with defeating the Chimera, that fire-breathing beast with the body of a lion, the head of a goat rising from its back, and the tail of a serpent. A creature so inconveniently designed that one imagines the gods chuckling when they cobbled it together. But Athena, ever generous with her clever ideas, provided Bellerophon with a golden bridle. With it, he tamed Pegasus, the winged horse, and from the skies struck down the monster. Again, the lesson was clear. Wisdom provides the means to conquer even the most fearsome foe. But of all Athena's mortal favourites, none captured her devotion more than Odysseus. If ever there was a man after her own heart, it was the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was not the strongest of the Greeks who fought at Troy, nor the most handsome, nor even the noblest. But he was clever. He could weave words into persuasion, spin plots within plots, and devise tricks that left even the gods impressed. During the Trojan War, it was Odysseus who conceived the idea of the wooden horse, a stratagem so audacious that it has echoed through history as the very symbol of cunning victory. And who do you suppose whispered encouragement, nudging the idea along? Athena, of course. The goddess who prized intellect above brute force must have been delighted. Imagine her watching as the Trojans dragged the horse through their gates, blissfully unaware, while Odysseus and his men waited inside, hidden like a spark within kindling. It was not only a victory for Greece, but a triumph of Athena's way of thinking. Her relationship with Odysseus did not end with Troy. Indeed, it grew stronger in the long, perilous years of his return journey. The Odyssey is, in many ways, as much a hymn to Athena as it is to her mortal champion. Time and again, she intervenes to guide him, disguising him, encouraging him, or smoothing his path. When Odysseus is shipwrecked, she stirs the thoughts of Princess Nausicaa, prompting her to discover the stranded hero. When he returns to Ithaca, it is Athena who cloaks him in the guise of a beggar, allowing him to size up the treacherous suitors before revealing himself. It is her wisdom, her patience, that keeps him alive, that brings him home at last. One cannot help but notice the deep affection between goddess and hero. While Zeus or Poseidon might meddle with mortals out of whim or spite, Athena's care for Odysseus is more enduring. She admires him, not for his muscle, but for his mind. He is, in a sense, her mirror among men, cunning, resourceful, and resolute. Their bond is one of mutual respect, perhaps the most genuine relationship between mortal and deity in all of Greek myth. Athena's role as patron of heroes speaks to the values of Greek society. While they celebrated strength, they revered cunning just as much. The world, after all, was full of dangers that could not be overcome by force alone. Monsters, enemies, storms, and the fickle will of the gods themselves. These required cleverness, adaptability, and foresight. By telling stories of Athena guiding their heroes, the Greeks affirmed their belief that wisdom was the truest strength of all. It is also worth noting that Athena's patronage often involved tools, objects imbued with power, yes, but also with meaning. The shield of Perseus, the bridle of Bellerophon, the rattle for Heracles. These were not brute force weapons, but instruments of strategy. Athena did not simply hand her champions a bigger sword. She gave them the means to think differently, to fight smarter. It was her way of teaching, of ensuring that her heroes did not merely win, but learn the value of foresight. Historically, this emphasis on cunning reflects the Greeks' own world. Their hoplite armies fought not as lone warriors, but in tightly ordered phalanxes, relying on discipline and strategy. Their city-states navigated alliances, rivalries, and diplomacy as carefully as they did wars. Wisdom was survival. Athena's heroes were not just stories of long ago. They were models for how Greeks themselves sought to live. Of course, one cannot resist a little humour in all this. The image of Perseus tiptoeing toward Medusa while peering nervously into his shiny shield is almost comic. Or poor Heracles, muscles bulging, reduced to shaking a rattle at birds like a very large and unusually dangerous toddler. Even Odysseus, clever as he was, often needed Athena to tug him back from disaster when his pride or temper got the better of him. These moments remind us that heroes, however great, were still fallible, and that wisdom often comes with a touch of irony. And so we see Athena not merely as a goddess of lofty ideals, but as a companion in the very practical struggles of life. She walked beside her heroes, not in sentiment, but in strategy. She gave them tools, ideas, and encouragement. She reminded them that victory lay not in brute force, but in the clarity of mind. And in doing so, she became more than a goddess. She became a teacher, a guide, a patron of those who dared to think as well as act. As the tales of Perseus, Heracles, Bellerophon, and Odysseus were told and retold, Athena's presence shone through them all. She was the invisible hand guiding the sword, the whisper of advice at the crucial moment, the gleam of insight that turned despair into triumph. And so the Greeks remembered her not only as a goddess on Olympus, but as a companion in their greatest stories, a goddess who stood for wisdom, and who proved time and again that it was wisdom that carried the day. And so we leave this chapter with Athena watching over her heroes. Some triumphant, some weary, some humbled, but all of them shaped by her steady presence. She did not love them as Aphrodite might, nor command them as Zeus would. Instead, she guided them, patiently, cleverly, wisely. And that, perhaps, is the truest mark of a patron. Athena, though she was a goddess of wisdom, was also a goddess of war. At first glance, this may seem contradictory. After all, wisdom and violence are uneasy companions. Yet in Athena, they were reconciled. She did not revel in the bloodlust of battle as Ares did, nor did she strike out in anger or chaos. Instead, her war was measured, strategic, purposeful. She represented the art of war rather than its fury, the calm calculation of generals rather than the roaring frenzy of soldiers. This distinction between Athena and Ares is one of the most fascinating in all of Greek mythology. Ares, her half-brother, embodied the raw, unbridled energy of combat. He was passion without restraint, violence without reason. The poets often described him as a destabilizing force, charging into battle with little thought for consequence. His presence, to the Greeks, was as terrifying as it was destructive. Even the gods themselves found him exhausting. Zeus once called him the most hateful of his children. Athena, on the other hand, represented war tempered by intellect. She was the strategist, the planner, the embodiment of discipline. If Ares was the storm, Athena was the general who stood at the heart of it, issuing commands that transformed chaos into order. The Greeks, ever fond of order, found her approach far more admirable. One need only look at her iconography to see this distinction. Athena is always armed, helmet upon her head, spear in hand, shield at her side, but her face remains calm, her posture steady. She is not charging, not raging, but standing ready. Her aegis, often adorned with the head of Medusa, is a symbol not of fury, but of protection. She is the defender of cities, the guardian of civilization. Indeed, Athena was known above all as the goddess of polis, the city. The Greek city-state was not merely a collection of houses and walls. It was the foundation of their culture, their politics, their identity. To defend the polis was to defend the very essence of Greek life. And Athena, rational and disciplined, was the perfect protector. This protection was not only military. Athena taught the arts of war, the disciplines that made victory possible. She was said to have invented the chariot, to have guided the building of ships, to have taught men how to craft weapons. These were not instruments of destruction alone, but tools of defence, ensuring that cities could survive in a world of threats. To the Greeks, her gifts were practical, essential, and enduring. Consider the famous contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Poseidon, god of the sea, offered the Athenians a salt spring, or in some versions a mighty horse, symbol of war. Athena, in contrast, offered the olive tree. At first glance, this might seem a modest gift compared to Poseidon's grand offerings, but the olive tree symbolized peace, sustenance, and prosperity. It provided food, oil, and wood, essentials for daily life and for trade. Athena's gift was practical, lasting, and wise. The Athenians chose her, and in doing so declared their devotion not to raw force, but to reasoned strength. Yet one must not think of Athena as a pacifist. She was not against war. She simply insisted that war be just. She embodied what the Greeks called dikaiosune, justice. Wars fought for plunder or revenge did not earn her favour, but wars fought to defend one's city, one's laws, one's people, those she blessed. In this, she was a moral force as well as a martial one. The Athenians themselves sought to reflect her ideals in their own history. Their victories were remembered as triumphs not merely of strength, but of strategy. The Battle of Marathon, where the vastly outnumbered Athenians repelled the Persians, was seen as an Athena-like victory. Clever tactics and discipline overcoming brute force. The later naval battle of Salamis, where cunning and planning triumphed over sheer numbers, carried the same flavour. One can imagine the Athenians whispering prayers to Athena as their triremes sliced through Persian waters. The Romans, too, saw the appeal of Athena's warlike wisdom when they adopted her as Minerva. They admired discipline, strategy, and civic order, and in Minerva they saw all of these. Rome's armies were not mobs of fighters, but carefully organised legions, drilled to perfection. Their victories, like those of Athens before them, owed as much to structure and foresight as to courage. Minerva's presence was clear in every Roman camp. But let us return to Athena herself, and the myths that shaped her warlike identity. One of the most striking tales is her confrontation with the giant Enceladus during the Gigantomachy, the great war between gods and giants. Enceladus was a fearsome opponent, but Athena faced him with calm determination. She crushed him beneath the earth, and in later tradition, his struggles were said to cause the rumblings of Mount Etna. Here, Athena's victory was not just one of force, but of inevitability, order triumphing over chaos. There is also her involvement in the Iliad. Though the poem is filled with Ares' raging presence, Athena's calm influence is equally vital. She aids the Greeks, but always with purpose. When Achilles, enraged, nearly strikes down Agamemnon at the start of the epic, it is Athena who seizes him by the hair and counsels restraint. Her intervention averts disaster, at least for a time. Later, she guides Diomedes in battle, granting him clarity and courage, helping him wound even the gods who opposed him. She does not fight recklessly, but with precision, ensuring that her champions strike where it matters most. Athena's martial wisdom extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of strategy and invention. She was said to have taught mortals how to fortify their cities, how to plan their defences, how to craft armour. These were not acts of destruction, but of preservation. Her war, always, was the war that secured civilization against chaos. One might even say that Athena's warlike qualities were not about fighting at all, but about balance. To her, war was a tool, not a passion. It was the means by which order was maintained, by which cities were preserved, by which justice was upheld. Ares might roar into battle without thinking. Athena chose her battles, and in choosing, made them meaningful. There is a quiet humour too, in the contrast between Athena and Ares. Imagine them side by side, Ares, bellowing, charging headlong, smashing indiscriminately. Athena, standing calm, spear poised, waiting for the exact moment to strike. It is a contrast that poets and storytellers relished. The Greeks, practical people that they were, found the idea of Ares faintly ridiculous, while Athena, measured and precise, earned their respect. One suspects that many a Greek hoplite, sweating beneath his bronze armour, took comfort in the idea that Athena, not Ares, watched over him. Philosophers, too, took note of this difference. Plato, for instance, often wrote about the need for balance between reason and passion, intellect and desire. Athena, in this light, was reason personified, the intellect guiding the sometimes unruly passions of men. Without her, war was chaos. With her, it was justice. And so Athena's role in the arts of war was not simply that of a fighter, but of a teacher, a strategist, a moral compass. She stood for the idea that war could be, and must be, disciplined, purposeful, and just. In this way, she gave the Greeks a model for their own lives, to fight not out of rage, but out of necessity, and always with reason at the helm. As we reflect on this, imagine her now, standing upon the walls of Athens, watching over her city. Helmet gleaming, spear in hand, eyes calm and unyielding. Around her, the city bustles with life, secure in her protection. She is not raging, not shouting, not charging. She is simply there, ready, steady, wise. The goddess of war, yes, but of war as it ought to be, thoughtful, just, and enduring. Athena and Athens rarely have a city and its patron goddess been so closely entwined. Their bond was not simply one of name, though that alone speaks volumes. Athens, the shining jewel of Greece, was devoted heart and soul to Athena, and in return she gave the city her wisdom, her protection, and her enduring identity. If ever a goddess shaped a people, and a people in turn shaped a goddess, it was here. The tale of how Athena came to be patron of the city is, of course, a story worth savouring. Poseidon, lord of the sea, also sought the honour. Both deities stood before the first king of Athens, Cecrops, to present their gifts. Poseidon, dramatic as always, struck the ground with his trident, and from the earth sprang a saltwater spring. In some versions, he produced a war horse instead, stamping it from the soil with a flourish. A fine spectacle, one must admit. Athena, by contrast, offered something quieter, humbler, the olive tree. Its branches promised fruit for food, oil for light and cooking, and wood for tools and trade. At first glance, Poseidon's offering had the flash, the glory. But Cecrops, wise man that he was, and the Athenians with him, saw the deeper value of Athena's gift. The olive tree was not for show, but for survival. It meant prosperity, stability, and peace. And so they chose Athena. It was a moment that defined not just their city, but their identity. Athens was not to be a place of rash power or of spectacle alone. It was to be a city of reason, of practicality, of measured wisdom. The olive tree became its symbol, as enduring as the goddess herself. Indeed, the sacred olive was said to stand upon the Acropolis, a living reminder of Athena's gift. When the Persians sacked Athens in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the olive was reported to have sprouted again the very next day. To the Athenians, this was no accident. It was their goddess reassuring them that she still watched over her city. And what a city it became. Under Athena's patronage, Athens grew into the cradle of democracy, philosophy, art, and science. To be sure, it had its flaws, as all cities do. But its ambition, its vision, its determination to marry wisdom with civic life, all these reflected Athena's influence. She was not simply their goddess. She was their ideal. The crowning expression of this devotion was the Parthenon. Perched atop the Acropolis, gleaming in marble, it was dedicated to Athena Parthenos, the Virgin Athena. Designed by the great architects Ictinus and Callicrates, adorned with sculptures by Phidias, the Parthenon was not only a temple, but a statement. It declared to the world that Athens was the city of wisdom, of order, of civilization itself. Inside stood Phidias's colossal statue of the goddess, fashioned of gold and ivory. She towered over worshippers, spear in hand, shield at her side, the serpent Erichthonius coiled at her feet. Her very presence was overwhelming. Imagine the awe of a humble Athenian stepping inside, gazing up at her radiant form, and feeling the weight of her protection. To stand before Athena Parthenos was to stand in the presence of both divinity and civic pride. Athena's influence extended beyond temples and statues. She was woven into the very fabric of Athenian life. The Panathenaea, a great festival held every 4 years, honoured her with processions, sacrifices, and competitions. Athletes, poets, and musicians all competed in her name, their victories crowning not just themselves but their city. The centrepiece of the festival was the presentation of the peplos, a great robe woven by maidens of noble families, offered to Athena's statue. This act symbolised the city's devotion, binding its people together in service to their goddess. And yet, while Athena stood as the city's protector, her relationship with Athens was not without complexity. The city's devotion to wisdom and democracy was often tested by ambition, by hubris, by the temptations of power. At times one imagines Athena watching with a mixture of pride and exasperation, much like a patient teacher observing unruly pupils. The Athenians, after all, were clever, but not always wise. Consider their empire, built upon the tribute of other city-states. What began as a noble league to resist Persia gradually turned into domination. Athens, under Pericles, shone brilliantly, but at the cost of resentment from others. The Peloponnesian War that followed was a tragedy of Greek history, pitting Athens against Sparta in a conflict that drained them both. One suspects that Athena might have sighed, spear in hand, as her city stumbled into folly. Yet even in failure, Athens remained true to her spirit. Its philosophers sought wisdom. Its playwrights probed the depths of human nature. Its artists reached for beauty that endures to this day. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, all products of this city, asked questions that shaped the course of Western thought. Their inquiries into justice, truth, and reason were, in their way, offerings to Athena, reflections of her enduring gift. Athena's identity and Athens' identity were so tightly bound that to speak of one was to invoke the other. For centuries, coins bore her image on one side and her sacred owl on the other. The owl, with its great unblinking eyes, became a symbol of wisdom in its own right. Even today, when we speak of the wise old owl, we echo a metaphor born in Athens under her watch. This intertwining of goddess and city has outlasted the ancient world. The ruins of the Parthenon still crown the Acropolis, drawing pilgrims from every corner of the globe. Though the gold and ivory statue is long gone, the spirit of Athena lingers in the stones, in the olive groves, in the very idea of Athens as a beacon of wisdom. Tourists may climb the hill with cameras and water bottles instead of offerings and incense, but the sense of awe remains. There is humour too in how human the Athenians were, despite their lofty ideals. For all their devotion to Athena, they were still prone to squabbles, to vanity, to the sort of errors that no goddess could entirely prevent. One can imagine Athena, owl perched on her shoulder, shaking her head fondly as her city once again managed to turn a clever scheme into a messy debacle. Such is the way of mortals, even clever ones. But perhaps that was always the point. Athena was not a goddess who demanded perfection. She demanded striving. Her gift of the olive tree was not a finished palace, but the means to cultivate, to grow, to build. Likewise, her city was not perfect, but it was forever striving toward wisdom, toward justice, toward beauty. In that striving lay its greatness. And so, Athena and Athens remained bound together. The goddess, who sprang fully formed from the head of Zeus, found her earthly home in a city that forever sought to embody her virtues. The city that bore her name gave her worship, festivals, temples, and devotion. Together, they became a symbol for the ages, the union of wisdom and power, of divinity and humanity, of striving and guidance. As night falls upon our tale, picture the Acropolis rising above the city, its marble glowing in the last light of sunset. At its heart, the Parthenon, once gleaming with colour and gold, now a silent ruin but still proud. And above it all, imagine Athena, standing watch, calm and steadfast, her spear gleaming, her eyes unblinking. She is Athens, and Athens is hers. A bond unbroken, a legacy eternal. Athena's influence did not rest only in temples or in the stories of heroes. She lived too in art. From the earliest black figure pottery of archaic Greece to the Renaissance canvases of Florence, her image has been painted, carved, and sculpted more than almost any other deity. If the myths told who Athena was, then the art showed how mortals saw her, how they imagined her, revered her, and sometimes even dared to humanize her. When one pictures Athena, it is not difficult to imagine the broad outlines. She is always armed, but never wild. Helmet upon her head, spear in hand, shield close by. She looks at once ready for battle and serenely above it. She is not charging like Ares, foaming at the mouth. Nor is she reclining like Aphrodite, all soft curves and alluring smiles. No, Athena stands tall, composed, calm, the very embodiment of Sophrosyne, self-control. One of the earliest depictions of Athena comes from the black figure vases of the 6th century BCE. Here she appears stiff, formal, her helmet pulled low, her spear upright. She is less a person than a presence, the eternal guardian. Even in this rigid form, one can sense the dignity with which the Greeks viewed her. They did not need her to be warm or approachable. They needed her to be steady. As the centuries passed, art became more fluid, more naturalistic, and so did Athena. On red figure pottery, her form relaxed slightly. Her robes flowed, her poses softened, yet still the helmet and spear remained. To remove them would have been unthinkable. Athena without her armour would have been Athena diminished. And then came the great marvels of classical sculpture. Chief among them was Phidias's statue of Athena Parthenos, housed within the Parthenon itself. Made of ivory and gold, standing nearly 12 metres high, it was a wonder of the ancient world. Imagine stepping into that temple and gazing up at her. She towered above worshippers, resplendent, dazzling in the flickering torchlight. In one hand she held Nike, the goddess of victory, tiny by comparison, as if to remind all that victory itself was but a trinket she could carry. In the other, her shield rested, adorned with the head of Medusa, her terrible trophy turned to protection. At her side coiled a great serpent, sometimes said to represent Erichthonius, the earth-born child she once raised. Sadly, the statue itself is lost to history, consumed by time and fire, but copies, descriptions, and coins preserve its memory. It must have been overwhelming, both in scale and in meaning. This was no gentle goddess offering blessings. This was the very spirit of Athens, incarnate in gold and ivory. Athena appeared on the Parthenon's pediments too. The east pediment depicted her birth. Zeus clutching his head, the other gods startled, as Athena leapt forth fully armed. One imagines the sculptors taking delight in capturing the sheer drama of the moment. On the west pediment, the contest between Athena and Poseidon for Athens was carved in stone. The olive tree on one side, the salt spring on the other, the gods themselves leaning forward in anticipation. These images told Athenians who they were every time they looked up. On coins, Athena's presence was constant. The famous Athenian tetradrachms bore her face on one side and her owl on the other. Her helmeted profile, sharp and dignified, proclaimed the city's power far and wide, while the owl, wise and watchful, became a shorthand for knowledge itself. Even today, the phrase "bringing owls to Athens" survives, the ancient equivalent of carrying coals to Newcastle, meaning to offer something to a place already overflowing with it. Wisdom was Athens' greatest export, and Athena its guarantee. Beyond Greece, her image spread far and wide. The Romans, in adopting her as Minerva, gave her new prominence in their art. Temples to Minerva dotted Rome and its provinces, and statues of her stood in forums and libraries. She was the protector of craftsmen, of knowledge, of civic order, the goddess most at home in marble colonnades and libraries of scrolls. Where Jupiter reigned and Mars fought, Minerva advised. Her statues reminded Romans that intellect and strategy were the pillars of empire. Centuries later, in the Renaissance, Athena enjoyed a rebirth. Humanist thinkers, steeped in classical texts, saw in her a perfect symbol of their ideals. Wisdom married to strength, intellect guiding power. Artists like Botticelli painted her as a serene figure, sometimes with an owl, sometimes restraining a centaur, an allegory of reason taming passion. In Florence, she became almost a civic mascot, embodying the city's own self-image as a place of learning and discipline amid the chaos of the world. Her symbolism, in truth, is endlessly adaptable. To the Athenians, she was their patron. To the Romans, she was civic order. To Renaissance thinkers, she was reason personified. To modernity, she is wisdom itself. Her owl still perched in countless university crests and emblems. Wherever intellect is honoured, one can usually find Athena's shadow. What is particularly striking about Athena in art is how rarely she is shown in moments of vulnerability or softness. Aphrodite is caught in the act of love, Demeter in grief, even Hera in her jealous rage. But Athena? She is almost always composed, armoured, serene. The artists seem to have understood that to strip her of this calm was to strip her of her essence. She is wisdom unshaken, order unbroken. And yet, despite her solemnity, there is humour hidden in some depictions. On certain vases, for instance, the moment of her birth is shown almost comically. Zeus wincing in agony, Hephaestus swinging his axe, and Athena springing out fully dressed for war. One can imagine ancient Athenians chuckling over their wine cups at the absurdity of it. Or take the scenes of her helping heroes. Perseus peering into his shiny shield, Heracles waving his rattle at birds, and Athena standing beside them, utterly unruffled. Even in art, her calm presence contrasts with the chaos of those around her. Her owl, too, became a subject of charm. The little bird, with its enormous eyes and solemn expression, could not help but look faintly comical. Yet it was also deeply symbolic. The owl, a nocturnal creature, could see through the dark where others could not. It was a perfect emblem of wisdom, the ability to perceive truth even when the world is clouded in shadow. Artists and philosophers alike embraced it, and in doing so, extended Athena's image far beyond her armoured form. Over the centuries, Athena's symbolism has proven remarkably resilient. In the 18th and 19th centuries, she appeared again in political iconography. Revolutionary France, seeking to embody reason and enlightenment, adopted her imagery. In America, too, she appeared as a symbol of liberty and wisdom, presiding over universities and institutions of learning. Wherever people sought to align themselves with intellect, order, and justice, Athena reappeared, her spear and shield still in hand. Perhaps this is her greatest artistic triumph, her ability to remain relevant, to shift with the times without losing her essence. She has been a warrior, a teacher, a civic guardian, a symbol of liberty. Yet in every guise, she has remained Athena, wise, composed, indomitable. So let us picture her now, as countless artists have before us. She stands, helmet gleaming, spear in hand, shield upon her arm. Her owl perches beside her, blinking solemnly. She is calm, unyielding, dignified. Around her, the centuries pass. Black figure vases, marble temples, Roman forums, Renaissance studios, modern lecture halls. But she remains unchanged. Athena, eternal in art, eternal in symbolism. And perhaps, if one listens closely, one can almost hear her chuckle softly at the irony of it all. a goddess of war and wisdom, turned into statues, paintings, and university mascots. Yet what better testament to her power? For in every image, in every emblem, she reminds us of the same eternal truth, that wisdom, calm and steadfast, is the greatest strength of all. Athena, for all her composure, was not without rivals. One cannot be the goddess of wisdom, patron of heroes, and namesake of one of the greatest cities in history without attracting a bit of competition, and, at times, outright hostility. For though Athena's armour gleamed with reason, she was after all still a Greek deity. And Greek deities, as we have come to see, were prone to quarrels that make even the fiercest political debates of our day seem like friendly afternoon teas. Let us begin with her rivalry with Poseidon, which we have already glimpsed in the contest for Athens. That competition did not end in mere olive trees and saltwater springs. Poseidon, as one might expect, was not especially gracious in defeat. To lose to a goddess who offered something as modest as a tree, however practical, was something of a blow to his pride. For centuries afterwards, there lingered a certain tension between Athena's city and Poseidon's sea. Athens was a naval power, to be sure, but the Athenians always claimed their supremacy upon the water was guided by strategy, not brute force. One suspects Athena enjoyed this subtle reminder to her rival, that even upon his own domain, wit could triumph over waves. Poseidon was not the only god to cross Athena. Ares, the god of war, stood almost as her antithesis. Where Athena embodied discipline, intelligence, and strategy, Ares was bloodlust incarnate. He revelled in chaos, in the clash of bronze, in the scream of the battlefield. To Athena, this was the very antithesis of what warfare ought to be. War was not about rage, it was about precision, about achieving victory with as little needless loss as possible. In myth, she frequently opposed Ares, outthinking him, outmanoeuvring him, and, one imagines, outclassing him at every turn. Homer, in the Iliad, goes so far as to have Athena physically assist Diomedes in wounding Ares, sending the god of war fleeing from the battlefield in indignation. One might say Athena managed to do what countless generals have wished for since: silence the thunder of war with a well-placed spear thrust. Her rivalry with Hera was subtler, but no less potent. Hera, queen of the gods, was often associated with matronly dignity, marriage, and sovereignty. Athena, however, stood as the eternal maiden, untouched by romance or marriage, her authority rooted in her own independence rather than in partnership. At times, their interests overlapped awkwardly. In the judgment of Paris, for instance, Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite all competed for the golden apple inscribed "to the fairest." The result, as you may recall, was a beauty contest of divine proportions. Paris awarded the apple to Aphrodite, swayed by the promise of Helen's love, thereby snubbing both Hera and Athena. The fallout was nothing less than the Trojan War. It is worth noting, though, that Athena did not sulk quietly. She threw herself into the conflict, siding with the Greeks, guiding Odysseus, protecting Achilles, and foiling the Trojans whenever possible. Her wrath was not the shrill jealousy of Hera, nor the seductive machinations of Aphrodite, but the cold fury of reason scorned. Paris had chosen passion over wisdom, and Athena ensured he paid dearly for it. Then there are mortals, poor, hapless mortals, who occasionally dared to challenge or offend her. One of the most famous tales is that of Medusa. In some versions, Medusa was a priestess in Athena's temple, a woman of great beauty. When Poseidon assaulted her within those sacred walls, Athena punished not the god — Zeus forbid such a breach of patriarchal solidarity — but the woman, transforming Medusa into a gorgon with serpents for hair and a gaze that turned men to stone. From a modern perspective, this seems harsh, even unjust. But in the mythological context, it underscores Athena's fierce protection of her sacred spaces. To violate her temple was intolerable, regardless of circumstance. And so, Medusa became a living warning: never defile the sanctity of the goddess. Yet, in an odd twist of fate, Athena later aided Perseus in slaying Medusa, providing him with the mirrored shield that allowed him to approach without looking directly at her. It was as if Athena herself wished to contain and redirect the horror she had unleashed. Perhaps even more famous is her rivalry with Arachne, a mortal woman of extraordinary talent at weaving. Arachne boasted that her skill surpassed even that of the goddess. Such hubris, as we know, rarely ended well in Greek mythology. Athena, disguised as an old woman, warned her against such arrogance, but Arachne persisted. And so the two engaged in a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, and worse still, it depicted the many scandals of the gods, Zeus's disguises, Poseidon's excesses, Apollo's indiscretions. It was, in short, a work of art both brilliant and damning. Athena, unable to fault the craftsmanship, could not abide the insolence. In her fury she destroyed the tapestry and struck Arachne. Overcome with despair, Arachne hanged herself. Yet Athena, in a final twist, transformed her into a spider, condemning her to weave forever. Thus was born the arachnid, and thus too the word arachnophobia. If nothing else, Athena ensured that Arachne's weaving continued eternally, though one suspects most spiders would have preferred a less dramatic origin story. These rivalries reveal an important side of Athena. Her wrath was not wild or uncontrolled, but it was real. She was not above punishing those who defied her, and her punishments were often permanent, etched into the fabric of myth and nature alike. She demanded respect, not through terror, but through consequence. Where Ares might smash an enemy in rage, Athena would craft a punishment that lingered, that served as a reminder to others for generations. And yet, even in her wrath, there was a peculiar logic. Medusa became a warning, Arachne a lesson in humility, the Trojans a reminder of the folly of ignoring wisdom. Unlike the capricious wrath of other gods, Zeus hurling thunderbolts in peak, or Poseidon drowning sailors on a whim, Athena's anger was always tied to principle. She did not lash out randomly. She punished arrogance, sacrilege, folly. In short, she punished precisely those failings that opposed wisdom. It is here we see the genius of Athena's character. She was a goddess who demanded both reverence and responsibility. To revere her was not simply to offer sacrifices at her altar, but to embody her values, respect for order, for intellect, for the sanctity of what was sacred. To fail in this was not just an insult to her, but a failure of wisdom itself. And wisdom, as the Athenians knew, always exacts a price when ignored. There is, of course, a touch of humour to be found in all of this. Imagine, if you will, poor mortals realising too late that they had crossed Athena. Arachne, so confident at her loom, only to end up scuttling across ceilings for eternity. Paris, so delighted with Aphrodite's bribe, only to find himself the cause of a decade-long war. Medusa, turned from a beauty admired by all to a horror feared by all. One can almost hear the other gods chuckling as Athena, calm and composed, delivered her pointed lessons. And yet, behind that humour lies a serious truth. Athena's rivalries and wrath underscore her nature as a goddess who valued respect above all. To honour her was to honour wisdom itself. To defy her was to invite consequences not merely divine, but inevitable. For to ignore wisdom, in life as in myth, is always to court disaster. Thus, in her rivalries with gods and mortals alike, Athena revealed the sharper edge of her wisdom. It was not enough to admire her. One had to heed her. She was protector, yes, but also judge. Her spear was not always raised against armies. Sometimes it pointed directly at arrogance, folly, and disrespect. And woe to those who found themselves at the tip of it. As the night deepens, picture Athena once more. She stands, spear in hand, her gaze steady. Around her linger the echoes of her rivals. Poseidon's waves crashing impotently against her olive tree. Ares sulking with his wounds. Arachne weaving in her eternal exile. Medusa glaring forever in stone. All of them, in their own ways, testify to her power. For Athena's wrath was not the tantrum of a petulant god, but the calm certainty that wisdom, when scorned, will always have the last word. Wisdom, that most elusive of virtues, was Athena's defining gift. From the moment she burst forth from the skull of Zeus, clad in shining armour and brandishing a spear, she was hailed not merely as a warrior, but as the very embodiment of intellect and clarity. Yet while many deities boasted domains of power, thunder, sea, love, death, Athena's dominion was subtler, and in many ways far more formidable. For what use are thunderbolts without strategy? What use is brute strength without foresight? What use is love without discernment? The Greeks, a people who valued both spectacle and substance, understood this. And so, in Athena, they created a goddess who bridged heaven and earth with wisdom. It is no accident, then, that her city, Athens, became the birthplace of Western philosophy. In its bustling agora, its shaded colonnades, and its sacred groves, some of the greatest minds of antiquity wrestled with questions of justice, virtue, and truth. And though they may not have always invoked her name directly, Athena's influence was everywhere. For she was not simply their patron goddess. She was their muse, their standard, the divine image of the very thing they pursued. Take Socrates, for instance. He was, in many respects, the mortal echo of Athena herself. He fought bravely in battle, yet preferred dialogue to violence. His method, the relentless questioning of assumptions, the peeling away of pretense, was as much a weapon as any spear. His contemporaries found him maddening, much like a fly that refused to be swatted, buzzing endlessly about the marketplace. But is this not rather Athenian? To pester one's fellow citizens into reflection, to insist that the unexamined life is not worth living, was, in its way, a profoundly Athena-like pursuit. One suspects the goddess, perched upon the Acropolis, watched Socrates at work with quiet approval, though perhaps with a faint smile at his tendency to go barefoot. Then came Plato, who gave philosophy a grandeur befitting a goddess. In his dialogues, he presented wisdom as something eternal, unchanging, transcendent, the forms, those perfect archetypes beyond the material world. Justice, beauty, truth, not fleeting human opinions, but divine realities. And who better than Athena to symbolize this vision? She herself was a form incarnate, born not of flesh and upbringing, but of divine thought itself. Just as Plato taught that true knowledge is recollection of higher truths, so too Athena seemed less born than remembered, stepping into existence fully formed, as though she had always been there, waiting for Zeus to finally crack open his head. Plato's academy, established in a sacred grove not far from the city, might well be seen as a temple to Athena in all but name. Students gathered there not to sacrifice goats or pour libations, but to offer the sacrifice of their certainties, to let their assumptions be slain upon the altar of dialectic. And what deity better suited to preside over such rituals than Athena? For she demanded the same as Plato, not blind belief, but the courage to think. If Plato gave wisdom its wings, Aristotle clipped them slightly, preferring to observe matters closer to the ground, where his teacher soared into the realm of eternal forms. Aristotle preferred the buzzing of bees, the growth of plants, the behaviour of citizens. He catalogued, dissected, classified. He insisted that knowledge began not in some divine recollection, but in the senses. To know the world, one had to study it carefully. This, too, is profoundly Athenian. For Athena was not only a goddess of lofty ideals, but of craft, of weaving, shipbuilding, metalwork. Aristotle's insistence on phronesis, practical wisdom, was her spirit at work. The recognition that wisdom must be useful, that it must guide action, not merely dazzle the mind. And what of the Stoics? They too were children of Athena. Their philosophy emphasized self-control, reason, the acceptance of fate with dignity. To them, the highest good was to live in accordance with nature, guided by rationality rather than passion. One imagines Athena nodding approvingly, her shield resting at her side. For was she not the very embodiment of rational order against the chaos of impulse? The Stoics, like Athena, distrusted Ares' rage, Aphrodite's distractions, and Dionysus's intoxications. They sought instead a serenity modelled on her calm poise. Even the Epicureans, who pursued tranquillity through modest pleasures, might be said to echo her spirit, albeit with more wine and olives. For what was her sacred gift to Athens if not the olive tree, provider of sustenance, light, and trade, a symbol of simple but enduring prosperity? If Epicurus's garden was filled with laughter and conversation, it was nourished by the same olive oil that Athena first bestowed. Of course, philosophy did not remain confined to Athens. As Rome rose, Athena became Minerva, and her association with wisdom endured. Roman statesmen and generals, ever practical, found her image appealing. She appeared in forums, in libraries, in schools of rhetoric. Cicero, the great orator and philosopher, often spoke of wisdom as the guiding principle of a just republic. One can almost see Minerva leaning over his shoulder as he wrote, whispering reminders to temper passion with reason, eloquence with prudence. In the Middle Ages, when philosophy intertwined with theology, Athena's presence dimmed somewhat. Christianity preferred its own saints and symbols, and pagan deities were politely, or sometimes impolitely, set aside. Yet she did not vanish. Instead, she re-emerged in the Renaissance, reborn as a symbol of reason amid a world rediscovering classical learning. Botticelli painted her restraining a centaur, reason taming passion. Scholars adorned their works with her owl. Libraries crowned their facades with statues of Minerva, as though to declare that learning was sacred. In Florence, in Paris, in Oxford, Athena found new temples, not in marble but in universities. The Enlightenment too embraced her. Philosophers like Voltaire and Kant did not call upon her name directly, but their exaltation of reason, their insistence on clarity and progress, was profoundly Athenian. And indeed, images of Minerva adorned Enlightenment engravings, standing for the triumph of rationality over superstition. She was everywhere reason was invoked, her owl ever watchful. Even in our own age, her symbolism persists. University crests display her likeness. Statues of her adorn courthouses, linking wisdom to justice. Military academies adopt her as patroness of strategy, and her owl, humble creature though it may be, remains the most recognizable emblem of wisdom in the world. Perhaps it is fitting that this bird, with its comically large eyes, became her companion. For to see clearly in the dark is what wisdom is all about. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine Athena as a dusty academic. Her wisdom was not that of ivory towers alone. She demanded application, the union of thought and deed. This is where philosophy and mythology meet most beautifully. For while philosophers debated what justice meant, Athena was depicted guiding heroes to enact it. While they asked whether virtue could be taught, Athena appeared teaching Perseus, Heracles, and Odysseus the cunning they needed. While they wrote treatises on moderation, Athena's own character embodied it. She was the answer to their questions, made flesh, or rather made divinity. There is, of course, a certain humour in how mortals endlessly chase after wisdom, while their goddess stood already complete. Socrates badgering citizens, Plato drawing diagrams in the sand, Aristotle cataloguing shellfish, all the while Athena calmly observing, as though to say, yes, yes, you're getting warmer. If one listens closely, one might almost hear her chuckle. For mortals, wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. For Athena, it was simply who she was. And yet, perhaps that is precisely why the Greeks imagined her so. They knew wisdom was not easy, not automatic, not guaranteed. They knew it required patience, discipline, and effort. By personifying it in Athena, they gave themselves both an ideal to strive toward and a comfort, that somewhere beyond their fumbling debates, wisdom already existed, serene and eternal, guiding them onward. So let us picture her now, in her most philosophical guise. She is not striding across the battlefield or punishing the arrogant. Instead, she is seated in a shaded grove, perhaps at Plato's academy, her owl perched beside her. Socrates approaches with a question, Plato with a theory, Aristotle with a notebook. She listens patiently, her grey eyes steady, her helmet set aside for the moment. She does not answer directly, for wisdom, after all, must be sought, not handed out, but her presence reassures them. They are on the right path. And as the centuries pass, her figure remains, in Roman forums, in Renaissance canvases, in Enlightenment treatises, in modern universities. Wherever human beings strive to understand, to reason, to see clearly through the shadows, Athena is there. Eternal, unblinking, calm, the goddess of wisdom, forever our companion in the search for truth. When a civilization fades, one might expect its gods to fade with it. After all, what are deities if not the reflections of the people who imagined them? And yet, remarkably, some gods refuse to vanish. They persist, reshaping themselves in new cultures, new languages, and new forms. Athena is one of these enduring figures. From the marbled steps of the Parthenon to the lecture halls of modern universities, her presence lingers. She is not merely a goddess consigned to dusty textbooks of mythology. She is, in many ways, still alive, woven into our symbols, our institutions, and our imaginations. The story of Athena's legacy begins in Rome. As the Greek world waned and Rome rose to power, the Romans, with characteristic practicality, adopted the Greek pantheon wholesale. Zeus became Jupiter, Aphrodite became Venus, and Athena became Minerva. Now, Minerva was not a wholly new invention. She had existed in the Italic tradition before Greece's influence. But when she absorbed Athena's qualities, she became something greater, the Roman goddess of wisdom, crafts, and strategy. In Rome's libraries and temples, Minerva's statues stood tall, reminding citizens that knowledge was as vital to empire as legions and laws. Cicero, the great Roman orator, once declared that wisdom was the mother of all virtues. One imagines Minerva nodding approvingly at such rhetoric, perhaps with a wry smile at the endless speeches of Roman senators. For the Romans, wisdom was a civic virtue, essential for governance. It was not enough for a general to command soldiers. He must also command prudence. It was not enough for a senator to propose laws. He must also foresee consequences. Here, in the corridors of the Roman Senate, Athena, now Minerva, walked unseen, her presence felt in the demand for reason amid passion. With the fall of Rome and the rise of Christianity, one might expect Athena's story to end. Pagan gods were cast as relics of a superstitious past, or worse, as dangerous temptations. And yet, Athena did not entirely disappear. Instead, she transformed. In medieval Europe, she became an allegory, her name repurposed to represent divine wisdom. The Virgin Mary sometimes absorbed elements of Athena's imagery, a figure of purity, protection, and guidance. Scholars of the Middle Ages, steeped in classical texts, continued to reference her in allegories, seeing in her not a rival to their faith, but a symbolic companion. By the time of the Renaissance, Athena emerged again with renewed splendour. Europe, rediscovering its classical roots, found in her the perfect emblem for humanist ideals. Artists like Botticelli painted her not as a distant Olympian, but as an allegory of reason taming the wild impulses of humankind. In one famous painting, she seizes a centaur by the hair, restraining brute force with calm intellect. It is, if you will, a rather direct metaphor, the triumph of rationality over savagery. And in that image, we glimpse how Athena's legacy evolved. No longer simply a goddess to be worshipped, she became a symbol, a language through which ideas of wisdom, reason, and civilization could be expressed. This symbolism only deepened during the Enlightenment. In a Europe that prized science, reason, and progress, Athena, or Minerva, was everywhere. Engravings of the period often depicted her guiding philosophers, holding books and compasses instead of spear and shield. Universities adopted her owl as their crest. In Paris, revolutionary thinkers invoked her as the patroness of liberty and rational thought. In Britain, too, she appeared atop neoclassical buildings, serene and unyielding, a stone guardian of learning. One suspects the goddess found all this flattering, though perhaps she might have raised an eyebrow at some of the more excitable revolutionary rhetoric. Her image travelled further still. Across the Atlantic, in the newly founded United States, Athena's legacy took root in the architecture of democracy itself. The American founders, steeped in classical education, turned instinctively to Greco-Roman symbols. Minerva adorned seals, medals, and buildings. Her owl perched on American coinage. Her wisdom invoked in debates on governance. Even today, one can find her in Washington, D.C., carved in stone, watching over libraries, courts, and government halls. That the world's modern republics turn to an ancient goddess for inspiration is a testament to her enduring power. But Athena's legacy is not only political, it is also cultural, artistic, and personal. Consider her owl. Once a symbol stamped upon Athenian coins, it has become perhaps the most universal emblem of wisdom. Children's books, academic logos, even cartoons, everywhere an owl appears with wide, solemn eyes, it is Athena's owl, whether acknowledged or not. The bird has travelled centuries with her, adapting as effortlessly as its mistress. Athena's olive tree, too, remains a potent legacy. In mythology, it was her gift to Athens, more valuable than Poseidon's saltwater spring. In practice, olives became the lifeblood of Mediterranean economies, providing food, oil, light, and trade. To this day, the olive branch endures as a symbol of peace. When diplomats extend the olive branch, they are, knowingly or not, invoking Athena's wisdom in choosing harmony over strife. One can almost hear her voice whispering across time, "Better the fruit of the tree than the crash of the spear." Nor is her influence absent from literature. From Homer's epics to Shakespeare's plays, from Dante to modern fantasy, Athena's spirit recurs in countless guises. She is the wise guide, the rational voice, the protector of heroes. In many ways, she is the archetype of the mentor, the one who arms mortals not with weapons alone, but with cunning and foresight. Modern audiences may not always recognise her, yet when they see a character who blends intelligence with strength, compassion with clarity, they are witnessing her legacy. It is perhaps in education, however, that Athena's presence is most keenly felt today. Universities across the world bear her symbols. Statues of her stand in libraries. Her name graces academic societies. Her owl adorns crests and diplomas. Students may groan at exams, mutter about essays, and complain about late-night study sessions. But they do so under her silent gaze. She is there in every pursuit of knowledge, every late-night candle, every attempt to pierce the darkness of ignorance. If Zeus represents power, Poseidon the sea, and Ares the fury of war, then Athena represents something quieter, but more enduring, the human thirst to understand. And she has become, in modern times, more than a Greek goddess. She is a symbol for women in power, for the blending of intellect and leadership. Where once the world imagined leaders as men of brute force, Athena offers another archetype, the leader of clarity, of strategy, of calm authority. Feminists and scholars alike have turned to her as an emblem of strength without violence, of independence without isolation. Her virginity, once a symbol of chastity, is now often reinterpreted as autonomy. Athena belongs to no one but herself, an eternal symbol of sovereignty. All this raises an intriguing question. Why does Athena endure when so many other deities have faded? Why her, and not, say, Ares or Artemis? Part of the answer surely lies in her domain. Wisdom is never out of fashion. Battles come and go, seas rise and fall, passions burn and fade, but the pursuit of wisdom, however elusive, remains. Athena embodies not just a Greek ideal, but a human one. She is the voice within us that asks for patience when anger tempts us, for strategy when rashness beckons, for understanding when ignorance threatens. As long as humans strive to be more than animals, Athena remains relevant. There is also her remarkable adaptability. Unlike gods tied to specific rituals or natural phenomena, Athena represents a quality that can be reshaped across time. She can be a goddess of philosophy, a patroness of democracy, a muse of science, a symbol of feminism. She can stand in temples, in parliaments, in laboratories, or in novels. Wherever wisdom is sought, she can appear, changing her attire as needed, but never her essence. And so, as we bring this story to a close, let us picture her one final time, not only as the gleaming warrior striding across Homer's battlefields, nor solely as the patroness of ancient Athens. Let us see her as she has always been and always will be, calm, poised, unyielding, with her owl beside her and her olive tree at her back. She does not shout like Zeus or rage like Ares. She does not seduce like Aphrodite or intoxicate like Dionysus. She simply endures, her wisdom steady as a flame in the dark. And in that endurance lies her true legacy. For while empires have risen and fallen, while languages have shifted and cultures have transformed, Athena remains. She is the quiet certainty that wisdom matters, that reason must temper power, that clarity must guide action. She is, in short, the eternal companion of humanity's better self. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine her watching over you, not sternly but kindly, like a teacher who knows you will get the answer eventually, even if you take the long way around. Her owl blinks in the moonlight, her spear rests beside her, and her grey eyes are gentle yet knowing. Sleep now, with Athena at your side. For in dreaming too, there is wisdom. And perhaps, just perhaps when you wake, her legacy will whisper to you still, think clearly, act justly, and remember, you carry a spark of the goddess within you.